You know, oh, I'm just gonna immediately start yapping. But you know,
Being too popular
being
can
too popular does suck.
suck.
No, that's not really. I mean, there's problems with having attention on you. But anyways, what was I saying? Farina immediately made me forget. Oh yeah, so I think I like to be clear, I don't know that I'm gonna adore this theater or anything, and I think in theater is still an inherently flawed game mode, but I think I like theater. I think, like, realistically, I think I need to admit to myself. I sometimes find myself looking forward more to these theater streams than the Abyss streams to a significant degree. And I don't know if like my experience as a my experience as a content creator has warped all much of my perception with Genshin, right? But like with theater in particular, it's hard. Like I can't detach at all from it because like I always play theater in the context of these streams. Like there's many an Abyss run I do that is not in my content, right? Um, and like for whatever like as an example, this is crazy. This is crazy for me because I am someone who says that C6 Yelan boring and maybe dislike the character, but after using a little bit of C6 Yelan with Mr. Jeff in co-op the other day randomly because he wanted to kill some bosses and I just wanted to brain off murder bosses quick character. Hey, it's nice for that. Last night or 2 nights ago, I don't know, whatever, over the weekend sometime, I went and did an Abyss run with C6 Yelan with Escoffier because this was a new Abyss, right? Compared to the original Abyss when Escoffier came out. And I was like, I wonder if it feels just as overpowered or more overpowered than the previous one. Wait, no. Was that the case? I think that was the case, right? I tested Yelan again, the second side of the previous Abyss, I think. Anyways, I went and used C6 Yelan again by choice in Abyss. That's crazy. And my point is that I play Abyss off stream. Right? I do enjoy Abyss personally outside of content. Whereas theater is like I only think I enjoy in a content perspective level, but it's not like I'm trying to do that much with it. It's just like it's interesting doing polearms only. And it has been interesting on my main account because like I'm already inclined towards I was already someone predispositioned right towards leveling a bunch of characters again partially for the purposes of content but also that's partially just my baseline preferences. I like messing around with different characters in Genshin. So like the requirement to level a bunch of characters is inherently less problematic for me. Stop moaning. So I don't know. Anywho's, you got a 45 CD tenacity sands for Fossilors with ER today. Fossilors being not Fossilors being Farina, who's a different character. Athleta sent 5 memberships. Oh, thank you. That is my additional reminder. I really need to set up the Discord server for members only. Anywho's, thank you. And congrats to the people who got them. Anywho's, so my overall vibe is like, okay, theater is inherently flawed. It could be more than it is, but I tend to enjoy it on average. And like, does that mean it's that bad? Like, no, it's not that bad. But I don't know how to like extrapolate outside of like the context of my account because it's an extremely like I don't this mode is like non-existent on my casual account, right? Like I don't think I get any value out of this mode on my casual account. I only get value out of this mode on a fun value from a hyper invested player perspective who doesn't have to go out of my way to level up characters for the mode and the like my approach to just weird kits like and how I balance builds like as far as default character builds in the first place lends itself more towards how theater works in the first place. And I don't know. And there's rare circumstances where I think it can inspire fun ideas too. Anywho's, we'll see how good this theater is. I don't know. Sorry, this is too much yapping. I just like was retrospecting on theater as a whole since it's been like a year since it was added, and now there's an elixir in there, which and also a transient resin. Which, by the way, like, why? Does it confuse anyone else that this is a transient resin? So I believe the rewards are like artifact XP for 6 stars, or maybe it's 5 stars, and then a transient resin, and then an elixir now for starring. Whereas there were no rewards for starring before. And by the way, I need to use this elixir today. I want to use this elixir for a spork piece. Oh yeah, wish reset day. Also Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Also, is Kaya gay? I was gonna say, speaking of gay people. I mean, like, you could construe any character as gay but yeah, why transient, not fragile indeed? like, what is it? Like, really, Mahoyo? Would it have killed you to give a fragile rather than transient? Anyways, yes, he is gay, we're married. Alright, there we go. We got the answer from chat. Chatters are 100% correct. Let's do some wishes. I think I have what I have. Well, I'm gonna get a 4-star. That's nice. Calming and double character 4-star. Okay, as amazing as it would be to get like a Lanyan copy from Standard Banner here, or a Kaya copy, because like if I get a Kaya copy on Standard Banner, oh, that would make my day, because now I can get C6 Kaya. Before the end of the year, or not before the end of the year, at the end of the year is more appropriate. But anyways, that's unlikely, because for 5 stars and 4 stars, you tend to alternate between like characters or weapons. So my next 4 star is almost assuredly a weapon. That is not going to do that much for my account, but that's fine. Crazy. Take my C7 Kaya. I would love to. In my mind, all characters are bi. Yeah, there you go. Told you. So anyways, not very exciting, but that's fine. That means the next 4-star we get is basically guaranteed to be Kaya or Lanyan. The 2 4-stars I care about from Standard Banner. Alright, well, that was truly the most exciting polls we could have. Good. Let's go use my resin. Why don't I have it? Oh no, I logged in yesterday, or logged in this morning, because couldn't sleep, and I think I did dailies already. Wait, did I do? No, I didn't do dailies. I did some things. I consumed some resin. That's what I did. Alright. Real question is, did I claim? I think I did claim I did. Oh yeah, I remember what I did. Derp, I finished the event. For some reason, I logged in because I wanted to check something on a character build at like 4 a.m. and then I cleared whatever this event was, which, not that. This event, meh. Oh yeah, this score was because, hey, I had C6 Yanlon equipped to do a lot of damage. Also though, like, it still felt kind of like, it's funny how this event highlighted how well, especially like with this one, honestly, like how well this highlighted how awful the energy starting at 0 energy just feels. It just feels terrible. Like, why do you want your combat to feel terrible, Mihoyo? Like Moika is not energy reliant, except she is. But you need because your teammates have energy needs. So anyways, my score was so low, by the way, because I didn't burst on Moika as normal. I played Navi on the first side, and then I technically played Moika on the second side. Not really. I actually just used Sitlali, Arlecchino, Shalonen, but anywho's. It's just, anyways. I think this event could have been fine with the 0 energy, to be clear, if you could use whatever team, like if there was flexibility to bring in a flex slot element, right? The fact that I couldn't, do what I wanted as flexibly as it is, but anywho's. I might try to get the full rewards here. I might need these maybe today. I don't know. Hopefully not. I haven't checked what my artifact XP situation is. I'm going to craft a skirklet. Because... Well, let's not forget to activate the very important Kaya constellation. Truly his best con. But my skirklet situation is such that I really want... I don't necessarily, like, in every situation, because... I'm going to probably play a Skirk outside of just freeze teams. Speaking of that's a fun thing with this. I believe Farina is in the like special cast or whatever. So you can bring a Hydro character, but Skirk needs a full Hydro-Cryo team. So, like, the point being, this theater isn't very good for Skirk, and this is the theater that would be active through most of Skirk's banner, right? Or half of Skirk's banner, ish. And that's kind of funny to me. So, I don't know. Special guest stars or Hydro? Is there more than just Farina, though? My brother said there was just Farina, but maybe he forgot someone. Oh, Sing Cho is there too? Oh, okay. My brother is blind and forgot Sing Cho's Hydra then. That's fine. Never mind then. Okay, I think it'll be fine. I don't know. The real question is how much does it shield for freeze, despite it not containing Hydro as a selectable character element. So, yeah. Anyways, sorry for stalling. I thought the YAP was important to have, and plus, some stalling makes sense to let people join the stream. Yeah, the buffs are not freeze-related, yeah. So, anywho's, I think this year will be fun. I think this will be fun, but I have no idea what the enemy lineup is. I don't look at the enemy lineup ahead of time. Whatever. For these things, or by these things, I mean theater. I do look at enemy lineup ahead of time for Abyss now because I feel like I have to. But, anywho's. Dispatch character, claim, blab, okay. Okay, real question. Should I spend, okay, like, so look, I really, I want to level up Mona for various reasons, but I want to level up Mona both for Spork, and I want to level up Mona for other things. A few people made the very good suggestion of, like, should try Mona in place of Farina for DPS Lanyon. And, like, realistically, Mona instead of Farina for DPS Lanyon is just going to be significantly worse for various reasons that I don't feel like getting into. But would be cool to showcase as a budget option and should work pretty okay, at least for Lanyon's damage. So I also kind of want to mess with, well, no, we can't get distracted doing Lanyon teams right now. Anywho's, my point is I should go and, like, farm Mona's boss, which I think is this boss. But, and this is stupid, if I'm going to use an elixir for a Skirk circlet, maybe I do one last run, like one last 3 resin run into the Skirk domain, just in case the game is like, here, surprise, last minute crit damage circlet from the domain itself, rather than forcing me to use 3 elixirs, right? Right? That's the idea. Oh, we should put a different hat on Bongo Cat. This rare Bongo Cat, by the way, the Shark Cat, was great. This is my first rare drop naturally from, like, the randomized Bongo Cat chests. Crazy. Rare drops, by the way, have they're like a 5-star base rate, except I don't think there's a pity system for Bongo Cat. So, anyways, I got a rare Bongo Cat, and that makes me happy. By the way, I think I use Bongo Cat very differently than a lot of people use Bongo Cat. I think the smart thing to technically do with Bongo Cat is sell all your items in the Steam Marketplace and, like, slowly gain currency to then get more items. But I just go full RNG and only gain my items myself, other than the sunglasses I bought for the later stream. And then it immediately trolled me and gave me sunglasses anyways. But, you know. What's the appropriate hat for theater? Perfect. There we go. Okay, that looks kind of... the little shark teeth plus the clown nose is kind of extra goofy. There you go. Crit damage on Layla. It's a Skirk preset build. Anyways. Yeah, we'll see how hard the... yeah, an important question, though, to ask. Obviously, like, on my account, I don't think it's going to be that hard. But if I end up feeling the need to be like, this would have been really hard to clear without Escoffier on my account, despite being a fan of, you know, Electro units, for example, that should help me, then, yeah, the question is, how hard is this to get? It's already hard at a baseline because you need a lot of characters leveled up, but my normal experience with theater has been it's not been hard to clear it in the past as long as you have enough, like, characters to challenge the mode. If you have enough characters to challenge Visionary mode, you can clear Visionary mode. But there is a difference between clearing Visionary mode at all and getting stars in Visionary mode, and you need 9 out of 10 stars to claim this. So, Yeah. Try to get those in polearms. Oh, we will. We'll try to get stars in polearms, but I don't know if we can actually do visionary mode in polearms. Usually we can't because I don't have all of my... it feels so bad leveling characters I'm not going to use. Anyways, pick the... Before we go to the theater real quick, pick... do we go to the Skirk domain? We can go to Skirk artifact domain. We can farm for Mona. For both Lanyon, Skirk, Escoffier things in the future. Farm for Mona. We can go to Skirk domain. As a last shot, or you could even convince me to go for VV, because after making the Lanyon video, I kind of realized I want to go back to 4-piece VV on her again, but all I really want is I want an onset circlet that is, my ideal would be crit damage, like 21 crit damage, 2 ER rolls, 2 attack rolls would be my, and maybe, or EM, it doesn't have to be attack, like, this circlet, but VV would be perfect, right? With a mix of attack or EM. That's what I want. Like, I want this, but very slightly different on VV, and then that gives me more flexibility in my Lanyon builds on 4-piece VV, such that I think I'd go back to 4-piece VV. But anywho's, so Mora ley lines. I mean, I have a good chunk of Mora right now. I think I'm fine. Like, I should get more still, but like. So, farm Mona. All right, Mona it is. I don't see strong preference. I need 7 million for what? I mean, I do need more, to be clear, but I have like I can get. I'm gonna get like what, 1 million more ish? No, probably not 1 million, but like several 100,000 from whatever today. This boss is so annoying. I just remembered. Whatever. What was I saying? We're going to theater shortly, but sorry, we're going to stall. We're just going to finish my daily farming. 7 million, you'll be able to rent an apartment, yeah. Do. Point being, I think Mora-wise, I should be fine for next patch at this point. Like, this has been very much a preparation patch for me for various levels. But like, I do want to put more resources into Mona. But other than that, like, Mona is not going to be so many resources that I'm that concerned about it, right? Other than that, my priority is Skirk. And like, maybe I'll need extra Mora to be able to crown her if I end up liking her that much. But I don't know that that will actually be the case. I haven't fought these in a while, so I am very close to dead immediately. All right. I haven't fought this thing in a while, so I wasn't sure how tanky they were. Team's gonna suffer, it'll be fine. I'm pretty confident of that.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Yeah, someone suggested a melt team, which I think I've tried before. I think I tried Melt Lanyon with Seat Lolly in the past. I don't remember why I didn't like it. There was something about it that didn't work properly. But I gotta try it again. Melt Lanyon testing. Add a note for myself. Remember that. Oh, also, actually, I want to plug this now. It just came to mind. Do I have it open still? I haven't watched the whole thing. I kind of skipped around it. Sorry to this person, but I still like the video, although I'm biased towards that. You'll understand why as soon as you see the title. This was a little bit of a weird video to watch because, like, I must admit, this person gave me the vibe of they watch me. So, and I feel like I might have recognized their username too. I don't know. This video was pretty cool though. Why? Because it was Yai appreciation. Look at it. And it's also a pretty good thumbnail, I will say. Yai Miko's pretty cool, and they go over. They know what they're talking about, but a lot of what they talk about seems like they were yapping about like my talking points. Sometimes we're not like talking points, but like, anyways, if they're not my talking points, that's even better though, because if this person doesn't know me at all, and this is just Yai appreciation, that Yai mid, how dare you? Trying to get banned, Teddy? I'm joking. But Bap, in the chat. So anyways, it's Yai appreciation, obviously biased towards liking Yai. Yai main share brain cells. I mean, that might be what it is. Yeah, exactly. So either they watch me enough that like they said a lot of similar things as I say, right? Or maybe the more like maybe I've had some kind of positive disconnected impact in that, like, on how people think about how to use characters, some characters, in enough of a way that even people who don't directly watch me start to appreciate characters some of the same ways I do. So yeah, new Tars video was insane. Yeah, I did watch that. I forgot to comment on it, my bad. Usually I remember to do that, but I was watching on my personal account, and if I comment on Tars videos, I usually prefer to comment on, you know, my YouTube account. But anyways, yes, the Tars video was very good. If you haven't seen the Tars video, he made a video going over his experience on Furu's tournament, which, by the way, he did not let through how, like, maddeningly frustrating the experience was for him. Like, he let through snippets of it, but, like, Tars is a very chill dude, and that tournament, I got to experience DMs with him as the tournament was going on, and ow, he was losing his sanity through a little bit of it. This boss takes so long to fight.
Is that so much to ask for?
But yeah.
As long as they evolve.
Anyways, yeah, check out the Mies video. Hey, big crystal, very good. Check out the Mies video. It's enjoyable.
What will exist forever?
And I figured I could show some. I wanted to share mostly just not because I think it was the best video ever, but I think it was a pretty good video. And I wanted to share for some content from a smaller creator that was trying to do stuff right. Unlike me, I forgot I have to go interact with this again. Unlike me, who's a terrible person who plays Genshin Impact for money. It do me my job. Mies presumably isn't playing Genshin Impact to make a living, so you can technically trust them more. There you go. Anyways, should I make another Yai video? I think it's like I could make another, like, hey, like, because I've mained Yai for 2 years video last year, if I recall. I think that video did pretty well. Gosh, but like, honestly, there's not much to say to update that video. I can focus on a different team a little bit more, but I don't know. I should probably do it because, like, I still use Yai all the time. But it's probably gonna have to. I'm gonna jot a note down. I'm just gonna jot the Yai 3 years later. I'll have to decide exactly what I want to focus on. I don't want to retread exactly the same thing that I said in that video. So I think what I will focus on is some nuance of Yai's in the current context of them releasing increased power level characters. I'll probably do testing that I've put off, which... So I haven't done calcs for this, but my very initial testing is that for how I use Yai, and I think for how a lot of people use Yai, Vivid Notions might be a better weapon for her. And I'm not talking with Plunge. Like, with Plunge, yes. With non-Plunge Yai, I think this might be a better weapon for her. I don't feel like getting into that right now. But there's something to talk about there. And why exactly that is in yada yada. Anyways, I gotta test that in practice. But I'm pretty sure I'm correct in that I think this, if you're not entirely using Yai off-field, doing a burst every other rotation, and instead are getting more value out of Yai, like how I use Yai nowadays, this weapon is better for her. Is my guess. Like the fact that this gives a 674 base attack with 44 crit damage is a better baseline starting stats in the current state of Genshin than Kagura's is. And then importantly, remember Yai is this is mostly skill damage bonus, right? It's a little bit of burst damage bonus, whereas this is 28% attack on a 674 base attack weapon. That is a lot of attack for free. So ignore the crit damage from plunging. Ignore plunge context. Just the 28% attack from the passive, right? Compare that to only skill damage bonus and then a little bit of non-skill damage bonus. 28% attack is a lot better than 12% all eligible damage bonus for her burst damage and for her like normal charge attack damage if you do that a little bit, like I do with the Yai Dia Eonson team a little bit. And like increasing her burst damage meaningfully kinda matters, and it's my suspicion is it's going to be not that much worse or basically equivalent for her skill damage. And if it's near equivalent for her skill damage, better for her burst damage, then it's just better, essentially. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So there's that to talk about. Other than that, I just probably will focus on, like, the... Maybe I'll just go more in-depth in the specific teams that I use Yai the most in now, which is Yai... I do play Yai Plunge, but not as regularly as I play the Yai Dia Eonson team. So, and maybe I can have a yap about how I have don't die. No.
I have failed. One who is ignorant
Okay.
of treasures fails also to comprehend its
I have. Let me fail. Boy, I'm not very focused this stream. I'm sorry. What? You can star food? Honestly, I wish I had realized that was a feature in the past. This is actually a useful feature. Yai would trivialize this. Yeah, in hindsight, I wish I had switched characters. To be clear, mostly just not because like, oh my god, not because of like these characters have problems dealing damage actually to these, but also I could have been doing this the whole time, but simply because, oh my god, bruh, okay, but simply because it's annoying. That's all. The freaking Windows just captured my mouse outside of my window at the same time of doing that by accident. Actually, no. Actually, that wasn't Windows. I think that was... Oh my god. Bruh. Bruh.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
Anyways, starring food is new, but it's... Oh, is it brand new? Oh, okay. But yeah, there's other foods I was gonna say I want to like star this one. This one. And how about some potions? I don't have Geo potions. Sad. Any others? Max HP and energy recharge? Yeah. I need to... these are the Escoffier dishes, aren't they? I actually need to cook with her. Someone remind me to do that. Alright. And how about that? There you go. And also how about the restore over time one? Which I don't... Wait, was it? But I had some. Maybe not. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Anyways. Summer event is possible? I don't know. We'll find out in a week or two.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Why did you have to spawn the tanky things? Die, please. This is why I need to crown Lanyon.
We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters. Is that so much to ask for?
Yes. Okay. Okay, real question. How many did I need? I actually don't know how many resources I needed here. I want to get her to level 70. I don't need her level 70 for this theater, but okay, I need 12. Wait, no. I probably want to do her levels. Oh, wait. Well, do I? I don't need to get. No, I don't need to do her level because this is ascended at level. This is unlocked at level 60. So no, I technically just need to do 4 more. Okay. Cool.
Rain falls and rivers
Bap.
water will exist forever.
Okay. And now we can switch to a different team. Here, we can do Escoffier. Sure. You know what? Why not? 3-unit team. Let's go.
An assassin
Love
from
the
a
Lanyon video.
highway,
Thanks.
or
It took a
fool
lot of time.
who trespasses upon the waters and
May has not been a very productive month for edited videos for me. Partially motivation problems, partially problems like that Lanyon video taking way longer than expected for various reasons.
deliver your
But,
punishment.
oh well.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
My best artifact? I mean, artifacts only matter in conjunction with other artifacts. But, what is my best artifact as far as overall value of stats it gives?
Terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
That's a good question. In some ways... Not that one. This one. In some ways I'd argue it's this one. In some ways I'd argue it's this one. They're all gladiator pieces. Not that one. Like I'm trying to think of like artifacts that have the highest stat value that cover the most bases for use on different characters, right? Which admittedly has good goblets then could be argued to be your best artifact. As far as like crit value goes, plus having additional stats, this piece is one of the most nonsense pieces on my account. But I have other pieces that are like close to that as far as overall stat value goes. So I don't know. Anyways, you want to know? Actually, you know what? You want to know what my favorite artifact I ever got in this account? In hindsight, in particular, this one, because like weirdly enough, because of my enjoyment of Lanyon, I got this when trying to get better VV pieces for Chaska, and like because I didn't have a good attack percent time piece for Chaska on VV. And then I, like, in 2 days of farming, I got this as a lucky thing from the domain. Or a strongbox. I don't remember which. So, honestly, I kind of like that artifact the most. Low rolls? I mean, yeah, that is low rolls, technically, on crit damage. This is true. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll try Imaginarium Theater poems. Don't worry. Do.
Let's get it on! Hot! On to the freezer!
Yep.
Stronger!
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend
Wow.
its horrors.
Got tickled. I don't know if we're going to get the elixir on poems, only because I don't know if we have enough characters to challenge visionary mode in the first place. We could have definitely gotten visionary mode on the previous leader if I had enough characters leveled up,
Let's see
but I
what
didn't,
happens
so...
when you lose your foothold.
What? This is the weirdest boss in the game, by the way. You know, I'm glad they tried different things, but...
Is its ability to take any shape.
you do so little during this boss fight. It's just funny.
A little of
Little news food.
Show of excellence.
Hello?
Controlled breathing.
Race as long as rain
Tickle.
falls and rivers flow.
Wow.
Water will exist forever.
3 drops, of course. Alright. Someone remind me, maybe we can use the transient resin that we get from the heater to finish off that farming. Oh boy. Alright. Anyway, sorry, enough stalling. My bad. I didn't mean to stall as long. It just took a long time to clear that because I got distracted. It's fine. Anywho's. 3 drops to 3 characters in a team. It doesn't matter, honestly. Arguably, it's ideal for me to get 3 drops because I need more Ascension Crystals. I need to farm more bosses, unironically, to try to build up my Ascension Crystal resources to stop having that problem. It's been much better than it was in the past, but anyways, I'm not going to change my... I basically never change my builds for things in theater, by the way, on my main account, because you... Trying to think whether or not... So, like, whatever. It's a... I have a Constellation 2 Nahida. I could choose to not use Constellation 2 Nahida, but it's fine. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. No, never mind. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Well, we have Shangling and Dia. I'll leave you here for now. Yes, yes, yes. You're a maybe, actually. Yes, 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 yes. I mean, your build is not proper, but it's fine. Oh, I don't... Oh, boy. See? This is why I don't have a problem in theater. It's because, you know, I like too many electro characters. Oops. Ah, frick. Okay, sorry, Ganyu. Yeah, this is the cryo dendro buff. Yeah. I want more cryo units actually in conjunction with that. You know what? Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna choose Rosaria. Realistically, Shenhe is not gonna be that useful. I'm sorry. We can't. Man, I can't even use like Eula. Wait, you know what? Frick Xingqiu. Who needs Xingqiu? We use. What do we have for healers for Frina, by the way? We have... Nobody. Nobody other than Maiju. And Escoffier. So, like, I should choose Escoffier, but, like... You can't use Eula? I can't? Like, I should just choose a healer, realistically. And I kind of want more cryo options. I don't know what the enemies are. I don't know if there's... Actually, wait, they're right here. J-Plume Terror Shroom. Vishap. Okay. Algorithm. Okay. And Secret Source Automaton. Wait, this is the cryo automaton. Okay. So we need cryo for the last chamber. Other than that, probably fine. So that shouldn't be that big a deal. You want Electro for this, ideally. Like, it might be, depending on your investment in the team, you can definitely trivialize this thing without cryo, or without Electro. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. Amusingly enough, I would like to be able to use more characters than it lets me select. You know what? Okay. I like Kirara. Realistically, I think Kirara's not going to be equipped in a way that's going to be valuable. What Dendro units do I have? I have Kanich, Emily, Nahida, Ignari. Do we do Baiju? Like, I'm not too concerned about healing for Frina, to be clear. I just kind of want to do more Dendro things in general. I mean, we have Kave. You know what? I'm going to put Shenhe in. Why? I like her. Alright. Bap. Bap. Superconduct. Yeah. Alright. Kind of boring, but that's fine.
Want me to join?
I mean, I like Superconduct, but I don't feel like I need to buy the second one already, but why not? Physical damage, Cryo or Electro, this is just going to be better. Unless you're specifically using some teams around that. Okay. Is it trolling me? I feel like it's trolling me. I mean, I deserve this to some level, but it's just giving me super conduct buffs. Fine. It would have been so funny to max out the superconduct right away. I should have not bought a character. My bad. My bad. I could have got maxed out superconduct immediately. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fine. Let's see. Shielded enemies. We want stars, by the way. So like, you know, I personally do tend to enjoy the theater acts that tend to be the most challenging is stuff like with shield setups, especially like in the later stages when like you have to deal with like 8 freaking mages in like a minute and like what the frick. Those are actually really interesting for me, but if we want to easily get stars, they're a bad choice, right? So anyways, I think this is fine actually because we can just do like Kale and whatever. So yeah, and it might be fine. Oops. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not scared of shields. I'm not scared of shields, but I would recommend not generally defaulting to using choosing the shields. You know, it's the full trial thing. See how bad it is. Can we get a star with this? I probably needed to group them, by the way.
Opening box of the Divergence.
Let's keep going, team.
No, wrong character.
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Oh, this Sino does not have Thundering Fury, does it? Lame. Mahoya. Wait, we need to defeat 7? Oh my god. Okay. Ah, frick.
Your penance is
And this Kale does not have real energy. Okay. 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 Immediate restart, huh? No, I can't restart. It blessed me with all those superconduct buffs. Alright, okay, okay. Can I try the same characters? Nahida would obviously trivialize this, but I'm just trying to think. The problem is we don't have cryo application. If we had cryo application in conjunction with Sino, I think we'd be fine. So realistically, we could put in Fischl or Oron. Might be the easy solution here. Okay.
farewell. Go. You're free now. Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
Oh boy. Like, as dumb as it is, I think it makes sense to do that. We need energy. Oh boy. Okay. That's fine. Do this, I guess.
Preserve.
Be free. Time to say hello. Surrender.
Faster.
Okay. Alright. Over, please.
Faster.
Alright. Them.
Farewell. Go. You're free now. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Stay condemned. Guilty.
Please. There we go. Alright. What? No!
Penance is due.
I thought that was dead! Alright, whatever. It's fine. Alright, I definitely want more options for teams than I have right now. We can clear, though. We can get a start with this team. So, I want to do that. Oh, my frick you. Okay. Oh, my god. Shao team specifically, C2, more damage. Farina or Shan-Yun? Shan-Yun. Well. You're going to enjoy Shan-Yun Z2 more. And I would say you're talking constellation investment for Farazan, Shao, Farina. Farina C1, Shan-Yun Z2 is like the ideal combo. So I'm saying an extra character there. But anyways.
Guys, orders given, orders received.
You're free. Time to say hello.
Okay. Put in here, please. Well, yeah, there we go.
Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
I should have done Oron again, shouldn't I? Yeah. Ah, crap.
Not too far now.
Please. All right.
Free. Go. You're free now.
Sacred name, fortune is
Surrender. Through me, justice is served. Their penance is due.
No. Oh my god.
He's taken.
we are
Did I get a star? Yes! I think it was like on the second. Let's go. There you go. Yai, of course. I like Dia, to be clear, but, you know, if forced, that was, you know, trapping for me. Like, if forced to choose between Yai and Dia, it has to be Yai. But I really like the two together, so, you know. Anywho's, it's 110 flowers for that. One random special guest star Joy the Principal. What's the special guest stars are? Who are the special guest stars? They're Frina. We didn't choose Xingqiu. Frina, Dia, Xiangling. Right. One alternate. I think this is just better, honestly, right now, but not ideal. The 110 is expensive, yeah. And this is just like a net whatever, but you know what? It's fine. Yeah, thank you, Dia. Hello. Hey, perfect. We got Dia and Yai. I told you I'd rather have them together. And the game said fine. Yeah, there you go. Yes, we will take Electro. Hey, we got flowers back. Kuki, I think, is actually better here, funnily enough. It's like damage potential is not usually what is the concern. Oh, sad. Damage potential is not as much the concern over just like having sources of damage in general, and off-field options and healing options, yada yada. Anywho's, I definitely chose a harder one for myself there. That seems annoying. This seems not too bad. I don't know. What do we have for Numa Oja? Nothing. Okay. So I think the best option is this. We can call it this. I think we can use our trial characters here, I think. Take the weird spheres. Oh, well, too late now. See what happens with the trial team again. Any movement. They all come after me? Yes, okay, cool. Oh, God damn it. Oh my, stop!
life goes on.
Nowhere to run. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due.
I have to defeat 6 enemies? Oh boy. Please.
I'm getting sick of it.
Now you're testing my patience.
Orders given, orders received. Let the white.
Let's keep going, team.
Stop interrupting me.
Gotcha.
Okay, Bruh, this trial Sino is something. Yeah, okay. Man, why? Yeah, why is it not TF Sino, honestly? If they just put the same trash artifacts but TF Sino, it would have been fine. Okay, I guess we're saving Mika again. I'll use Kuki this time. I'm also just going to hack them right away. I don't think it's actually worth it to do what I did before. Can I switch my character? Okay.
Orders given. Orders received.
Please die.
Rise.
Okay.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Okay, we did group them good. How much time do we have? Okay, I think we're good.
Your penance is nowhere to run. Judgment is upon
Bruh, no.
you. Condemned.
This frickin'
Your penance is due.
whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Just try to use a trial character so we have more fun later.
You are not welcome here.
Life goes on. Opening box of a dead drink.
Well, let me switch my character this time.
Now you're testing my patience. Your penance is due.
Honestly, the superconduct buffs are kind of carrying, by the way, here.
Your penance is due.
Okay, I need them to group together again. The grouping situation was so good last time. Ah! God dang it, man. I want your burst, please. 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 Okay.
Nowhere to run.
Bond is strong. Sacred name. Fortune preserver. Rise.
You die. Your sins weigh upon
Like I
your
was.
soul.
It seems to be much better to not use Sino there. Alright. There you go. Mystery cache triggered. Yep. Alright. Rhyme grass origin. Okay. So when opponents are hit by cryo or dendro attacks, they'll enter a special state based on the element they're hit by. And they are both frostbitten and thornbound. They take 40 pipe increase. Okay, that's just is a damage bonus for having cryo and dendro. All right, cool. I mean, I superconduct or more characters, but okay. We have the boss. What do we care about more characters with this boss? We can definitely kill this boss without a problem. It's just, do we want to use these characters? I think we're fine. Like, we're gonna get enough characters that are compelling. Elsewise, I think we should be fine. So, it's just which one do I want to take? And I think I want to take this one. Because it's the reaction, quote unquote, between cryo and dendro, technically. Without actually it being a reaction, which is fine, because that means you can do normal cryo dendro things. This would be an interesting idea for them to explore, is a reaction that has an effect, like adding effects to the game outside of theater that incentivize having particular elements actively on enemies that aren't interacting with each other, right? Like reactions for not reacting. That's essentially what this is, I would say. It's more a reaction for not reacting. And this would incentivize doing things like cryo and dendro, right? Because you can already utilize that to some extent to min-max like aura, like from your dendro application, right? That's like the core idea of hyperfridge. But also just like incentivizing that more by just giving stats would be cool. I don't know. Anyways, like it's reactions but not reactions, and I think that's a cool idea, but it's obviously limited to theater right now. I don't know. Anyways, this is a whole lot of text, my god. This is just an instance of damage, and this is a lot. I'm gonna take the one that's a big pile of text. There you go. Can't do anything else. All right. All right. All right. 3 strongest teams that can clear any content. It's free to play. What do you mean by any content? But if you want the generic recommendation, I don't know, Skirk Escoffier, Mualani. I wonder if you default to free in that. I think you do. Okay, so Moika, Bennett, Sitlali, Shalonin, Chevris, Eonson, Arlecchino, or Varessa. Maybe Varessa. Varessa, Chevris. Yeah, it's Varessa, Chevris, Eonson with an off-field pyro, so like Shangling or something. A Moika team, and then Skirk, Farina, Escoffier. There you go. With Varessa, you need to think. Okay, then Arlecchino Overload, if that's easier for you. Anyways, we don't technically need to bring Dendro for this, so let's see if we can get away without. Well, yeah, I'm curious what'll happen. I don't know. Do something like this.
Now's your chance. This way. Lightning terrified. Look alive. Ha!
That will be fine.
Shadow Raven. Our bond is strong. Let's keep going, team.
Well, that did damage.
Let's get it on.
I should have let that. Whatever, it's fine.
Out of my way. I summon thee.
Midnight.
You asked for it.
Yeah, Mika definitely carried. Yeah. Next. Off-field probably better. Well, I mean, yeah. Those are probably near equivalent for this theater. Yes, more character options would be nice. Sitlali probably is the ideal choice here.
Leave me alone.
If maybe slightly not ideal. Alright. Battle defense. Okay, so we can waste characters. It arguably would have been better to save some trial characters for this. But we need a star. Well, no, this is easy to get a star regardless. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Sitlali sounds so drunk. She's always drunk. Alright, yeah, I would like to save Dia. I have Shangling 2 later, but I would like to save Dia for Emily. Man, this is an instance of we have to waste characters, unfortunately. You know what? Frick Nahida. We don't need her. I'll use her for probably the next boss, but we can waste a charge here. Well, we're gonna have to use a character I like somewhere. You know what? We can use Emily. Yeah. Nahida says frick you too. Yes. Sorry.
Tell me what you see.
It's my fault that I dislike Nahida, to be clear. Because I'm the one that pulled for C2. We should probably not even attack it as much as we are. Wow. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Ow.
Farewell.
Emily's weapon good for someone else other than Emily? It's an okay stat streak. Nowhere near the best generic stat stick polearm. That would definitely be Escoffier's weapon. Escoffier's weapon has several best in slot use cases on Mika, Escoffier herself, and Chevreuse, but then also is just like Escoffier's weapon is pretty much as good as a generic stat stick as Escoffier's weapon is pretty much as good of a generic stat stick as oh, my Discord sounds aren't off. Sorry. It's as good as a generic stat stick as Homa is, essentially, for most characters. At a baseline. So like it's just better, basically. With its other utility in mind. But yeah. Anyways, let me mute Discord. I don't know why. Normally Discord like auto mutes itself with the wait, how do I turn that on manually? Okay, well, whatever. That wasn't a person messaging me, so if it becomes more annoying, I will figure it out. Normally it does that automatically, and so I'm not used to having to turn that on. I know it's in the settings. Yeah, I know it's streamer mode, but I just don't know where it is exactly, and I don't want to spend 3 hours going and looking for streamer mode. It's not going to take that long, but I don't want to go and spend a bunch of time looking for streamer mode settings in Discord if I'm not going to get pinged constantly anyways. It only happens when someone like happens to message me, which isn't that often, so it should be fine. Isn't that often that it's people that are like in my main friends list that give me notifications. So, anyways, wow, the most exciting round. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we'll choose Kaniche. Mystery cache. Yes. Random companion? Yes, I do want more characters. Flower refund, nice. Eon's on, I think, is probably better here for the reactions she can trigger alone on top of buffing and a tiny bit of healing. Beyond. I do like Tignari. Oh, wait, I just realized. Wait. Oops. I just remembered my Ganyu has my Tignari artifacts because my Melt Ganyu build and Tignari build are basically the same build. Well, that makes that decision easier. I'm sorry, Tignari. That was not my intention. These usually are pretty good. Yeah. Perfect. We really needed that. I'm so glad we did that. Wow, nice. Those are very good ones. Another mystery cache rare, but I can't get it set. Alright, we can just do 24 opponents. Okay, so it's that one again. 14 dogs. So the dogs, it's interesting. And this thing I am not sure. Do we? I mean, we have Kaniche. We have Burning available too. This one realistically is the easiest one for us with the characters we have right now. The dogs, interesting from the context of they teleport to you, so theoretically it's easier to deal with them in some ways. I think I can deal with any of these, to be clear. It's just a matter of what characters do we want to use. So I'm fine with using Kaniche. I want to do some Kaniche gameplay. Do we want to do Kaniche, Emily? We can do some like full power Kenichi. We can do Kenichi on Emily Dia, like and mostly normal Kenichi team actually. Not against these enemies, I don't think. I fought these with whatever last time. I can save my sanity here. And realistically, this is going to be the most pleasing ones to fight. Sacrificing Dia though, yeah. But if we're gonna, we have Shungli available still. I don't know. It's just a matter of like, do we need to have the pyro later? I don't think we do. So, I think we're gonna be fine. I'm gonna save Nahida for this to trivialize that, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's just go. Or do we use Mika? Sorry, I should have muted for that. Blow a little bit of crap out of my nose. I'm gonna try Mika here. Why? Because we don't necessarily need to use Yansan. So do Pyro first. Whap. Do this. Should have saved that. Oh. The activation on shields doesn't really matter.
Let's get it on. Neutralize. You had your chance. Leap.
Target acquired.
Because we can keep up the burning aura with the Dendro application. Wham. Yep, that's fine. Again, realistically, the off-fielders are better. So, Companion Dendro. Who is that? Tignari and Kave. It must have been not the most valuable. To be clear, Tignari, just for Dendro application with the blessings going on, it will still be usable, even though I don't have artifacts equipped to it. Kind of want this, yeah. Okay. Climactic Showdown. I don't know, I'm the biggest yapper. You earned it. You earned its life in. Oh, Dendro. Why does it say Dendro characters have advantage? Range has an advantage. I mean, range definitely does. Okay. Full superconduct. Anyone annoyed at if I do that? Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna do it. I need more characters. Good lord.
Right now. Emerge. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of evil. Quick as a flash. On up. A dash of frosting. A burst of sleep. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Right now.
Oh. I see. That's not too bad though. I have cryo. You're sucking my energy. Ah. This is a local freaking. Ah. This is a local legend. It's really annoying. Okay. Frick you. Alright, I can see that being an annoying roadblock for some people, depending on what characters you have available. I'm gonna choose Oron again. I'm sorry. I think the off-field is just better. We can't get both of those, unfortunately. I'm gonna choose Companion because I really want more characters. Yes.
Witness my magnificence.
And yeah, I can't get that yet. Lectors, huh? Hydro Lector. Okay. Defeat all opponents within 75 seconds. How many are there is the real question. So like this one. I don't like way ups. Yeah. 2 of each? Alright. We technically can fail to star, by the way, remember? One thing. If there is a really annoying setup. I feel like we should save Escoffier. I also don't really want to use... see Lolly here. But maybe we should. Yeah, I know we need a cryo unit for the end. I wish I had some of my other cryos to use here. Like, by some... Yeah, no, I wish I had any of these 3. Like, I would like to use my low priority cryo units here. Oh well. Sure, let's do aggravate Kanich. I don't know. I don't know. Do this to start, I guess. No. No. Wow. Whoa, whoa, camera. Kanich problems. Aw, I could have gotten that, but oh well. Doot.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Farewell. Tell me what you see. Target acquired.
Alright, well that was simple. Okay. I mean, like, I think off-field cryo application with the buffs is more valuable than Kave, but it's Shenhe. But it's Kave, sorry. But it's also Shenhe. Like, both of those statements are actually, you know, It would also be really funny to use Kave against the Dorito. Anyway, we're gonna choose Kave. I didn't check Kave's build beforehand, by the way. Companion random. Maybe we can get Kave and Shenhe. Darn. More Dendro options would be fine, I guess, but we'll choose Veressa.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
Darn it. We got Cryo at least.
Make sure to keep up.
I like Sethos, but I wanted Cryo. Alright. We can probably use Veressa. Bap. 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 Do we need to use Nahida? No. Why? I think it's funny to use her.
Feast your eyes. Sight clear. Scan it.
Can you... There we are. Okay. Targeting problems.
Sight clear. Scanning.
Ave definitely contributed earlier. I want everyone to acknowledge Kave's contribution for what it was. Okay. This thing is tankier than expected, by the way. I will say. For starring this one... Oh, boy. For starring this one... This might be one of the bosses you want to plan to try to get a good team for. Like, I think I would maybe have failed to star there. Like, I started my first try without really trying with a kind of cope team, right? But I also did have C2 Nahida helping. So, like, you know... I can see that being one of the more annoying ones, or yeah, the one that people fail to star a lot. So, yeah. Anywho's, do we need more characters at this point? We have 2 more chambers. we can kind of decide what characters we use. So let's do a superconduct team, obviously, for the last chamber. So Yai, Seat Lolly, Oron, Escoffier, I guess, works. Yeah, why not? Well, we could do triple cryo instead, I guess, because I do have Rosaria on an instructor build, I believe, and that's more superconduct damage. And we don't need Oron on scroll here. Oron's going to be probably stronger, but, you know... well, okay, we want more reaction triggering. I think we do Oron, because Yai's application total is relatively limited if we're going to do superconduct. Okay, so we'll save those 4. And then we have Farina, Raiden, Varesa, and Rosaria, and Kave. Sorry, very important. But is there any particular characters we want to play? I'd be down with doing, I don't know, Raiden, Farina, Charlotte, if we can get a healer. Let's try it. Well, no, I want, never mind. Screw it. I want buffs. Whatever. Okay. Game doesn't want to give us buffs. Alright. Yeah, let's just... Well, I think we'll be fine with Raiden and Farina. Plus, we get, if we fail a star on this one, it's fine. Right. I know I can refresh, but... Who needs refreshes? Who needs refreshes with this many characters?
It's my lucky day.
It's your lucky day.
Come at me. Breaking new ground.
There is no escape.
More.
Lights out.
Oh, jeez.
Now you
Killed the
shall
enemies I
perish.
didn't need to kill.
My blade.
Win. By the way, Hyper Raiden, kind of great for theater, because off-field units, like more sources of off-field damage and application just are good in theater. So Hybrid Raiden, being able to like have Raiden be flexible with main DPS utility and utility as a reaction off-field driver, like, oh hello, just saying, Hybrid Raiden kind of really good in theater. All right, no problem, obviously. Sathos or Charlotte? I mean, we're gonna do Superconduct. Obviously, Sathos. And that changes things a little bit. Oh my gosh, what the? Okay. So new team: Sathos, Yai, Seat Lolly, Escoffier. We need the Superconduct buff. Yes, let's go. All right, we need nothing more. Opponent reaches max healing stats with the deal cryo damage. Okay. These all, I mean, this depends on which one is better. Depends on if this actually applies the element and whether or not we end up having underlying hydro or underlying electro at a given time. Or sorry, cryo, not hydro. I'm gonna choose the cryo one. I don't think it matters that much ultimately. Sure, let's choose another one. Why not? Okay. Let's go Superconduct for set those. Bap, 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 bap. Okay. We do this first.
Right here. Lolly, need to pop up. Off to the freezer. Deuce on the loose.
Deuce on the loose. I just... Oh, can we... Do we have to not attack with Electro to be able to charge up its meter? Huh. How does this enemy work? Like, I see its meter just being unfilled? What? Sorry, I probably could have killed it here, to be clear. Like, by the time it did whatever this is. It's just... Okay. You slow him down. Oh, you want him to not have a meter. Okay, okay, I see. So we're fine.
Way ahead. Empty space.
Right now, emerge. Right here. Get to work.
Wham.
Suffer the wrath of...
Oop.
A dash of frosting. Goose on the loose.
Goose on the loose.
Behind you.
Right now, I'm always watching. Emerge. Right now. Right here. Fulfill our path. You two. High tech.
Way ahead.
Wham. Wham. Worst boss mechanic in the whole game? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be fun in theater. Or I think it's fine in the context of theater mostly. That boss is probably the second hardest boss to deal with here, of course. So no, this was for my account obviously a fairly easy theater, but I have a lot of invested elixir units, and decent options for application. I imagine you can relatively I think you have to plan around the bosses like normal relatively well, and you're fine. So yeah. Press with Sethos kind of want to build him now. Yeah, he has high electro application. Good energy economy, makes use of a unique energy mechanic. To be clear, he's going to feel like pretty terrible against the energy draining enemy in this theater. Most damage taken, Miko. Good job. Yeah, I don't know. This is a simpler theater than the previous one. It'll be weird to see what we do on polearms only. But before that, we gotta see what the value of the elixir is. That's what we gotta do. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. This is a fun theater. My bias towards liking it because I like Dendro things and I like Cryo Electro. I like some Super Connect a little bit, but I did enjoy it. This is a fairly simple theater. I think you have a good, diverse set of options to deal with things. The inclusion of 2 pyro units, Shungling and Dia, as options is good for giving you options for dealing with teams, or making teams like with Kanich or whatever, right? Yeah. If you want to like get your full utility out of a Scofi or a Skirk, you might struggle a little bit, but you don't have to, because just the generic value of them as damage dealers is more than important enough without their full kit being enabled, right? Like, it's really important with theater, if you want to enjoy theater, to free yourself from the constraints of feeling like you have to use the strongest teams, right? So, yeah, anywho's, and it's more just like getting the right balance of elemental application and whatever for the buffs at hand. So, again, it's like not very usually super interesting on a replay necessarily. But, yeah, anywho's, I liked the theater. That's great. Perfect. All right, I need that. I think I'll save my other things for now, but I might get the other ones. So the loop pose is pretty good too, but this is a very good Farazan thumbnail pose. Anyways, look at Kaching's sword. What about Kaching's sword? That's a different sword. Nice. Sure, you know what? I'll get the Kaching thing. Wow. Claim. Wow. Money. And talents. Oh, okay. Stellar rewards, the new thing. Yeah, a tiny bit of artifact XP, whoop-de-doo. Of course, the transient resin. Why is this not fragile? Whatever, who cares? Not that big a deal. And more importantly, of course, the sanctifying elixir. Wow, crazy. And the fact that there's another source of sanctifying elixir for that is technically free to play accessible, right? On a recurring level specifically, so once per month. With an invested account, obviously, it's not going to be easy to get that elixir. Is a good thing, right? It's still like, I don't know, elixirs are in this weird middle ground where I feel like they're at their most valuable, not on a high investment level, but instead for trying to do what I'm going to use it for, which is to complete a build, right? Like, I just need one usable crit damage circlet for my Skirk, and I'll be happy, right? And that's why I'm going to use these for a Skirk circlet. would I like a good Skirk Circlet? Yes, but that is not what the elixir is going to guarantee. The elixir is going to guarantee a usable Skirk Circlet. So, anyways. So it's weird that like this is a reward for high investment, high horizontal investment at least. So I don't know. It's fine. Anyways, what is your line here? I don't even. Yeah.
This world seems to operate on different rules. My Chi-Chi-Mime are unable to unleash their full
Chi-Chi-Mime.
power.
Okay. Chi-Chi-Mime. Alright.
So you should
Oops,
take
I
a
didn't mean
break.
to do that. What was your second line?
So even if I want to help you, there are some limits on my ability.
But
to fight
superconduct is super
indefinitely.
strong, see lolly.
You should take a break. Do you need a drink? A pillow? Maybe a light novel? Don't be shy. Really?
Talk to
You're
Setos?
Sure, you
Sure,
don't
yeah.
want anything.
I hope Varka's a superconduct so you want you want the strong man to be a superconduct support. I respectfully agree with you, but I think most people would be upset about Varka being a superconduct support.
One rather doubt it. I have an idea. Let's tell.
Why are you talking about Raiden? I like you, Yai, but like, there's so many better lines you could have had than talking about Raiden and Dongo Mel. I feel like they threw that in there because, I mean, like, yeah, oh, lesbians, we. And like, yeah, it's great. We like lesbians. But I like Yai's characterization because she's a troll, not because she's a lesbian. Is she really a lesbian? I don't know. She's like Raiden sexual more than she is girl sexual, I feel like. Anywho's. Hey, it's Pride Month, not be rude. No, like I'm not being anti-gay by saying I want Yai to be a troll. I don't. Sorry, I want Yai. Yai on a characterization level is not actually focused on her. This is a China game. It's not actually focused on her being gay. Like you know, whatever. Whatever. Anyways, she's a gay troll. Yeah, and I want more of the troll than the gay, but that's fine.
Great.
She can be both, and that was only one. There was no troll there. Anyways,
You want to join?
free agents now. The blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure.
Actually, this is a pretty nice place. If I brought
She's
someone
trolling
over,
you because she makes you angry. I
I'm sure the
mean,
kids would enjoy playing hide and
that's
seek.
true. Actually, that you know what, Hijiri, thank you. That's a good perspective to have. Arguably, she's trolling me by not doing what I wanted. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, there must
The troll
be
comes with
quite
being
a
gay.
story
Exactly.
behind this place.
Yeah. All right. Seth was a chill boy. All right. Oh, okay. Time for the terribleness of elixirs. My main account does not have a very good track record with so actually, my main account does not have a good track record with elixirs. My main account does not have a good track record with crit damage circlets. Here, let's just go to Layla. Show you my current crit damage circlet. Look at this beautiful artifact. Energy recharge, the most valuable stat on Skirk. We understand this. Here, let me show you the maximum amount of crit rate I have on a crit damage circlet on this account. It's a Maiden's Piece with 2 additional max rolls. Like that's a pretty nice amount of crit rate. It's not terrible, but remember, I've had this account for 3 years, over 3 years. Like, this account is over 3 years old and have not gotten a single crit damage circlet with more than 2 crit rate rolls. What? Like, I have plenty of circlets that are like high in overall stat value, and it's fine, and that's more important than just being high in CV. But it's crazy. Point being, I have bad track record with circlet, crit damage circlets in particular. I have better options for crit rate circlets. Anyways, and also elixirs. I don't think I have any really standout elixir piece on this account. I have like some good ones. Like I use elixirs for an Arlecchino Gladiator piece. And that actually went pretty well. I was happy about that one. This piece right here. This is actually a very good piece. It was 3-line though, but it still rolled well enough, and like attack percent is really good. So yeah, I was happy about it. I don't know if I have a single other standout elixir piece on this account. Like there's been pieces that I got that were like, yeah, good. And pieces that I like should not have used elixirs for that were good in particular. Particularly in hindsight. By the way, one of them was this one. I used an elixir to make this. for Farina because I was trying to perfect Farina's build forever ago. By forever ago, I mean like 6 months ago, whatever. So I used 1 elixir for it because I had extra elixirs, and it paid off, except I'm not using Golden Troop on Farina anymore. So, oops. Oh well. So I don't know. Anyway, arguably, because I would really like to get Lanyan. It doesn't feel worth it to me, but like, I would really like to get Lanyan on an ideal crit rate circlet, right? Like I said earlier, a version of this that's the same amount of crit damage rolls, but then like has like an ER roll or 2 plus attack percent or EM. Doesn't have to have all of them, but just some mix of that. But like not being able to choose 3 substats on a circlet means like I don't think I care, right? Because I kind of want the perfect circlet for Lanyan on VV. I already have something that's usable enough technically, but it's not perfect, and that's what I want because I like Lanyan. So anyways, we're gonna choose the Skirk circlet because it lets me stop caring about farming that domain completely. I have good enough plunge artifacts that I don't need to farm plunge artifacts. So, oh boy, is there somewhere we should go for this? No, I'm not gonna go anywhere. I feel like trying to do a ritual for artifacts is bad jeebies. It's asking for everything to go wrong. So, anyways, it arguably. So I don't. I'm gonna use these 3 elixirs, thanks to the theater, because this functionally is going to save me resin, right? That is how I think elixirs are at their best, is when you can save resin. So I'm choosing attack percent and crit rate on a crit damage circlet on Miss Spork. So we're getting a skirklet, right? I am aware, by the way, that this is not her best artifact set on a technical level in her best teams, but at C0, this artifact set is very similar to MH at a baseline, and also I have like various crit rate weapons for her. It actually is going to be the best artifact set for me, and also I plan on playing Skirk outside of with Farina, and also I plan on playing Skirk outside of freeze teams. I plan on playing Skirk with burst DPS mode. Point being, this is definitely her best artifact set for me. Unless I get her Constellation 1, that might muddle things a little bit, then theoretically I'd want, I don't know, freaking something memey like Wanderer's artifact set, as stupid as it sounds. So, anywho's, enough yapping. Sorry, I'm stalling. My point is, I understand, I know the risk I am taking. I evaluated this after a bunch of farming experience. This saves me resin by not having to go into the artifact domain. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, high rolls, 3 line. It's just 3 line, which is really not preferable, but you know. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Alright. Like I said before, I have terrible... actually, wait. You know, I might turn this into... I did record this. I might turn this into YouTube short. I know I just said this in the live stream chat, but I gotta say it again. Sorry. I want to show quick, just to show you the stakes that are on the line here, and how terrible my track record is for crit damage circlets, if this is a YouTube short. So this is what I'm comparing to currently for Skirk. So obviously it should be an improvement over that. Yay. This is... But for comparison, this is the best crit damage circlet I have, or not best, but it has. This is the crit damage circlet with the most crit rate stats, right? I have had this account for like 3 years and some change, and I have never gotten a single circlet with more than 2 crit rate rolls. Crit damage circlet. I have had crit rate circlets that have more than 2 crit damage rolls, but yep, that's the stakes here. Is this could be the best circle on this account, or it's just going to be an okay Skirk piece. Anyways, enough stalling. Bam. The ER scares me, but we have 2 good rolls already. So, you know. And... okay, well. I told you. It's literally not possible. It's... literally not possible for me to get more than 2 crit rate rolls. I just, like, I don't understand it. It's fine. It's already way better than what I had before, but you know. Okay. Bruh, so if you followed my live streams before, I mentioned the context of how, like, if the crit damage circlet I crafted didn't roll at least twice into crit rate, it puts me in a really weird situation where, like, depending on the exact team, I really wanted this to here. So I plan on getting Skirk's weapon, not because I like really need it for Skirk, because I will use it on Skirk, and I want Skirk's weapon for a max base attack weapon for Bennett in the co-op mode of the new endgame, because I think I will use Bennett a lot, and I want a 674 base attack weapon for maximum buff on Bennett, and having some crit stats and a passive that does something for Bennett. I'll get enough value from it on multiple characters, is my point, that I plan on going for Skirk's weapon. So, like, let's use Skirk's weapon as an evaluation point. So subtract 11% crit rate from the build, right? You see the problem? You see the problem and why I wanted one more crit rate roll? One more crit rate roll. I wanted one more. One more. Because one more crit rate roll would have put me at least at 70%. So if I'm doing some kind of meme team, right? If I'm doing some meme team, right, where she has, if I was doing some meme team, she would have 70% crit rate still, and like it's like, okay, if I'm doing Skirk with not cryo resonance, right, I'd be like, fine. I'd be like, sick. We're right. 70% crit rate, good enough. A little bit skewed towards crit damage, but now I'm in a situation where, like, this is why I really wanted this to roll a little bit better. Like, if one of those defense rolls were attack percent, I would have been like, okay, fine. All right, fine, right? At least like one of the defense rolls would have been attack percent. It could have been like, hey, it's a damage contributing stat. It's like, no, that's not that bad. Instead, it's just like yet another fucking cope elixir piece. Whatever. 77.7 crit rate is so satisfying, though. I mean, sure, I guess that is one perspective to look at it. Except this is not the weapon I'm going to use. I just said it's not 60. That's not 77. It's 60. It's 66.2. With her weapon, put her at 99.9%. No. Subtract the crit rate. This has more crit rate than her weapon. Anyways. That makes me mad, is my point. Because, like, it's in the perfect fucking ass middle ground of, like what I wanted was something... Like for example, let's take the nice reality that is impossible for my main account for some reason, which is a crit rate, a crit damage circlet that rolls more than 2 times in a crit rate. Let's say this was let's say this was low rolls. Let's say it was 12.4% crit rate. Then, yay, 5.4% more crit rate, 2 more minimum rolls of crit rate, gives me a balance where, like, the vast majority of the time I can just leave her on this circlet and be happy and never have to frick with her build, right? That's what annoys me. And like, now I'm in this terrible, god-awful middle ground because of the fact that the game gave me a god tier feather, but like very high in crit damage, so that skews me more to, it's like, and then this cope-ass stupid crit rate circlet too. Like, this is garbage. Just whatever. But I can't stomach going and farming this trash ass artifact domain, right? This is the whole point of why I wanted to use the circlet or the elixirs for it. But like, there's no universal answer for me because I don't plan on just playing one boring Skirk team. I plan on playing Skirk into a bunch of different teams, which has slightly different amounts of like crit rate buffing going on. It's just cryo resonance. I'm not always going to have cryo resonance though. I'm not always going to have cryo resonance. To be clear, I might only play Skirk, and long term, maybe it'll be fine, right? Long term might be perfectly fine, and this will be an 80%, which is still kind of cope as shit, to be honest. Like 80% crit rate in a cryo resonance with cryo resonance is kind of f***ing garbage. To be clear, like this is not where it's at. But anyways. Like, so as stupid as it is, it means that I might be in a situation where something like, wherein it's probably not going to be, well, I don't know. Like, again, the problem is, let's say, what's a team example where, like, a team that I think I might enjoy, that is not going to have cryo resonance, and if let's say I get Skirk's weapon, right? And I enjoy this team as much as I think I might. So that would be, and I know it sounds silly, but I don't feel like I'm not going to explain the whole gimmick of the team and why I think it might actually work pretty well. But Dia Escoffier will be in the team. But, which you might be like, oh, that's double cryo that enables cryo resonance. And like, no, probably not. Because like Dia, so anyway, the team is, that's why there is this 3-unit team here. It's Dia, Escoffier, Eonson, Skirk. And I don't want to explain exactly the idea of the team, but like, bro has no chill. I'm annoyed. I'm sorry. I'm annoyed because this game's artifact situation, there's no fucking loadouts. Like, if there was loadouts, this wouldn't be a problem. I just wanted, like, the reason I want the Skirk artifacts is so I can just have her on a build and not have to fuck with her. I just made an accidental fart sound because I'm trying to force too much air. I wanted to not have to f with the build constantly. That's like the benefit. It's like the real benefit of having the stupid signature artifacts, right? That's the actual value, right? Is that you don't have to frick with things. So getting an artifact that's just okay is fine. It still lets me not have to spend a bunch of resin. I was fine taking the risk, but it makes me salty. It's my point. Like, this is the saltiest I've been about an artifact in a while, to be clear. I'm usually not very salty about artifacts, but like, this is a problem with the fact that they refuse to add loadouts, they refuse to whatever, and the fact that I like playing characters in teams that are a little bit different than typical. I don't always play a character in their best goddamn team. So anyways, the team is Dia, Escoffier, Eonson, Skirk, right? And I'm relatively confident this team will work better than you might expect. It's obviously not going to be Skirk's best team. I just think I will enjoy the gameplay level. I think I will enjoy the gameplay on a level that it will become a team I enjoy. And in this context, right, we can't use Calamity Veshu. Keep that in mind. And there's no shield. And we, hey, signature weapon, great. But like, again, we'll go back to this. So subtract 11% crit rate. So in this team, Skirk would have 66 point, like, whatever percent crit rate. So my choice in this team is either, if I want to use this circlet on Skirk, right? My choice in this team is either don't use her signature weapon, because realistically, having this low of crit ratio, and her signature weapon gives a bunch of crit damage, by the way, in its passive. So like, this crit ratio on Skirk would be like 66% with 250 crit damage, or 260 crit damage, or something stupid. A very, very terrible ratio. So the point is, the solution to that team would be either use her signature weapon, but switch to this circlet. And it's like, it's fine, right? So this would be a 90 crit rate build with like 200 crit damage. So it'd be like 178 at a baseline, but then plus 40% from the passive. And like, that would be the ideal thing. That would be the ideal thing. Just switch to the crit rate circlet, right? And that's fine. It's fine if I have to do that, but there's no loadouts in the game. So like, it's either switch circlet or switch weapon, right? That's the annoying point, is like, I have this perfectly okay artifact for her, but there's no universal option for me unless the only universal option would have been if this circlet rolled a whole bunch into crit rate, right? So it just makes me, and that's why I pointed that comparison out, is like, I thought this would be what could easily happen, right? This is all that the stupid elixir system guarantees, is this kind of cope artifact. And it's technically better than what it could have been before in the past, so But anyways, the point is, I'm salty because this means it's basically impossible for me to have a universal Skirk build unless I spend way more resin in the domain, and I don't want to do that, right? There you go. That's the freaking rant. Clearly should have done the ritual. Anyways, yeah. Oh well. Oh freaking well. So like what is the real question is like, what is the context in which this circlet actually does something for me at all now, actually? Because in the context of this team, that circlet does probably nothing, assuming I get her signature weapon. If I don't get her signature weapon, then using either Haran, it would be fine. This is a usable amount of crit rate for the team, of course. Or I could potentially consider using Jade Cutter if I want more crit rate, right? Jade Cutter and Haran, I believe, are relatively similar for Skirk. Jade Cutter theoretically better, by the way, for this Dia team in particular, because of the fact that Jade Cutter can buff her burst. But I'm not 100% certain on how that would work out overall. It'd be something to test. Overall point would be that this would be a better crit ratio on top of it benefiting her burst damage. And yeah, anywho's, I need to make a collab with Ziox. I don't know if I can match. Okay, maybe I've just seen too many random Ziox clips. How high energy is Ziox most of the time? Right? Because like Ziox feels to me like he's way too high energy for me to match. the vast majority of the time. Like he's not my vibe. He's very ADHD core. I mean, people said I have many an ADHD trait as well. I just don't think I quite have his energy level is all. Anyways, he feels like a person, like I don't think I would dislike hanging out with him or whatever, to be clear. He just feels like a person I could only tolerate hanging out with in like low doses, at least if he's actively trying to be in entertainer mode, right? I'm sure he is more relaxed off stream. So, but on camera, Ziox matching his energy seems hard. So yeah. Anywho's, yep. I don't know. I did level up, to be clear. I had like other double crit feathers on Finale of the Deep. I leveled up other Finale of the Deep feathers before making this, because like getting, you know, a different feather that maybe was like less crit value. Let's say I get something that's 35 crit value but has a whole bunch of crit rate rolls instead of crit damage rolls. That could be better in conjunction with an artifact like this and her signature weapon, right? Or, you know, it's notable to be like, hey, what about, did you consider using a goblet with more crit rate? I did indeed consider using a goblet with more crit rate. And again, remember, I plan on like playing her not with Farina, not with, you know, whatever. So like attack goblet is a consideration, and that actually could help me meaningfully here. But here, cryo goblets. My cryo goblet situation is terrible. Like, ooh, I can use this. Truly the most wonderful looking of. Like, no, I would rather switch to the crit rate circlet with her signature weapon than switch to this goblet, right? Yeah, my cryo goblet situation is kind of sad. It's probably the most sad goblet situation on my account. So anyways, in the future, if I get a, I mean, like arguably with how that rolled, right? This is part of the reason to making this circlet, right? Instead of like saving one more elixir, like waiting till next patch, battle pass, whatever, making a onset cryo goblet instead, was the cryo goblet likely would have rolled, you know, equivalent to or worse than this. And therefore the value of the cryo goblet onset was like, okay, it's one more elixir, but could enable me to use an off-piece circlet. And if my account had an off-piece circlet that had like 15% crit rate or whatever, awesome. That'd be a perfect option for me. I would have actually considered doing a cryo goblet in this case instead. Except I don't have that. I don't have that. I have no circlet that has more than 11% crit rate. So like, there's no reason to do that. Like choosing to use this is, I want to emphasize this piece. If I had an equivalent onset goblet, like say I had this exact same goblet but onset, if I crafted that with the elixir instead and got that out of it, this would be a worse build. Like using this with that hypothetical piece would be worse than just using this, right? I want to emphasize that. It's fine. Like, it was a better decision in my account's context to craft the circlet over a goblet. And the real path for improvement then, therefore, for my Skirk is just when I randomly get like because I'll randomly get like a double crit goblet in the future, right? I just you're farming. I'm gonna farm artifacts in the future, and the game's gonna be like, here, have a double crit attack percent goblet. I'll be like, oh, on cryo, and it'll level that up, and it'll hopefully level into crit rate a little bit, and then maybe I could leave her permanently on a build, right, in the future. Or maybe I'll hate this character for some reason. I don't know. Actually, I'm not 100% certain I'm gonna like this character as much as I think I will, but. Anyways, it's why I think I'm gonna like her enough that I want to have her on a permanent build, right? And that's why it's kind of frustrating. So, anyways, yeah, crit damage circlets indeed are waging physical warfare on me. I just, you could have at least rolled into ER, by the way, because if it rolled into ER, it'd be like, hey, that's troll because ER is a completely technically defense is a less dead stat on Skirk than ER is, right? Technically, because defense still does something, ER does literally nothing. But I would have preferred the ER because at least then it's like a weird 2-piece bonus option for Rosaria or an off-piece. Like if it rolled in the ER, this is a really compelling off-piece circlet for like the balance of like having three ER rolls, 2 crit rate rolls, and 2 attack percent rolls with high roll values is cool, right? But then instead it's like, no, here, have some poopy defense just to rub salt in the wound. So, anyways, whatever. It's fine. You could have at least rolled like 1 more into attack percent. Ugh. I'm so salty that both there was... whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's just salt in the wound. It's fine. It's not gonna crazily change the experience. I have so much high enough investment in other levels. It's fine. No, we're doing more theater on my Polearm account. Don't worry. I just got distracted. We'll go and do more. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah. And, by the way, if you want to see what my 4-piece Marsh the Hounded build looks like, if I do place, maybe I will only like playing Skirk in her best teams, right? Let's go with that potential reality. Maybe I will only enjoy Skirk in her best Onga Bonga Omega damage teams. Probably this. It's actually this looks sad. I think this might be best. So I think we won't need it. So again, subtract 11% crit rate from this for her signature weapon because I think I'm going to get that. I'm not 100% committed, but think so. And this is again a context where we're assuming with Farina, assuming signature weapon, assuming cryo resonance. So we have to subtract 11% crit rate. So we're at like 40% crit rate at a baseline with our signature weapon. Then we add cryo resonance, so that's back to 55, and then we add the Marsh save stacks. This is this would be a very good build on her sig weapon. So and it might actually make sense because I actually have enough room for crit rate stats. It probably makes sense to use this instead. Right, this gets me more towards about 100% crit rate. But yeah, I don't know. How long was that silent for? Good lord. I definitely muted myself at some point there to I definitely muted myself to blow my nose briefly, and I forgot to unmute myself. Oopsies. Oopsies. I don't know how long I was. I finished my whole yap there with being like I could use an attack percent goblet, but like it's not going to be an ideal option by any means. Anyways, oh, was there a spammer? Anywho's, my bad. One thing I was muted for is I'm gonna go on to poems only very shortly. Oops, God dang it! Freaking now I had to wait for the cooldown. I want to cook some food. Yeah, silence in my Selena stream. Yeah, rarity. What the frick is a spammer? What in the Jesus did this person spam? I didn't even notice. The moment I look away, apparently someone spams. Wonderful. But anyways. Gotta have to do 2 units. Hey, we got a 5-star weapon, or 5-star thing immediately. Nice. Oh, well, great. That's annoying. Sorry, I was configuring my chat properly. Anyways. We can't burn this grass again, can we? Please. Really? Oh my god. We got another one. Wow. Place it near electrocrystal. That would make sense, but I don't know where one is off. One of them is off the top of my head. I think the fire lasts long enough that we can just restart fire in different spots. So, yeah. Did you do theater? Yes. We're going to do more theater on my polearm only account very shortly. I just want to finish on this account. I finished cooking on this account. One near the Mondstadt weapon talent domain? Okay. Wow, we've gotten a lot of those. What is the rate of the 5-star things? Isn't it like only 10%? But yeah, we'll do more theater very shortly. It was quite fast on my main account, which is normally the case, but you know.
No rescue, no problem.
Wait, you're talking again? How long was I silent for? No one even said. Like a minute? Okay. Not too bad. We're done. Alright, cool. There we go. So, anyways, we'll see how my artifact situation ends up being. But it would be quite funny, is my point. I think if I just, like, the end result of me planning a bunch of resources, like one of those elixirs, by the way, for the first time ever, I did this stupid garbage elixir thing, where I, put a bunch of fodder artifacts in to get an elixir out of it. I did that in preparation for Skirk, because, like, I decided that it was better to just I decided it was better to waste a bunch of XP to not have to continue farming artifacts, rather than, right. So, like, it was a rare instance on my account where the first time ever it seemed like it kind of made sense for me to waste XP. But then the game was like, oh, here you go. Have poopy instead. Here. Make me happy. Give me the perfect circlet for... I will forgive you for everything. I will forgive you for everything if this is crit rate, attack percent, ER with crit damage. I mean, I'm not going to level this right now, but that's actually kind of a really good piece, potentially. That's like... That's actually like a really good VV piece. That's a really good VV piece. Copium. Do you understand what makes a good? Oh wait, I forgot. Speaking of, no, you want to see copium? You want to see a copium VV circlet for attack percent circlets? This is like an ideal. This is literally like this is the type of artifact you hunt for potentially when farming for pieces for Xianyun or other characters potentially. Like don't you underestimate the quality of an attack percent 4-line piece with crit rate, ER, and flat attack. Actually, wait. I just realized a problem though. There's a pretty big problem. You might call this stupid. But I have Xianyun's signature weapon. And look what my total attack is with Xianyun with the current circlet. Right? This one has no flat attack. This one... Like... I hate this. This is like I'm of two worlds right here, right? Where monkey brain want really nice satisfying number in stat line, and then like optimization brain wants the really good artifact. And so especially because sometimes I do purposely power her down and put her on Fav, and could really appreciate, like, as far as a Fav, and the reason I do that is to turn off C2, right? Because putting a level 25 Fav essentially halves her attack stat, and that basically gets as close to turning off C2 as I can, but would appreciate some more crit rate, right? So, like, it's attack stats still, not crit stats still, but my point is I need crit. And my point is that this flat attack roll, even if it doesn't roll into flat attack, will break the really nice looking 3500 attack. But realistically, I kind of like I kind of want to level 90 her eventually anyways. So maybe that's my excuse. Maybe I just, not right now, but maybe I can level 90 her, and level 90 would have broken the 3500 anyways, right? So like, you know, I think it's fine, is my point. But it is a little bit sad. It's a little bit sad to say goodbye to a perfect 3500 attack build. Also, it has flat HP, that's true. But can it roll worse than this? It's possible. It's technically possible. It is, like, if it rolls worse than what this is, it has to go entirely into flat HP. So 5 rolls into flat HP. So I mean, it tried its damnedest. it tried. This is like O-Cage. I'm happy with this. It's definitely an upgrade, by the way. Like that ER is appreciated. The crit rate isn't doing that much for me, but you know, is a definite upgrade compared to my definitely cope artifact before. Right? And 3531 is sad. It's so sad. But also, this frees me a little bit from, I think, having to use this piece. So like if I need ER, or if I need crit rate, for example, for the Fav Codex build, I can switch to that other goblet now. So like with Fav Codex, I can now have a much better situation going on. By the way, why is Mona on the level 25? Mona, you can... Here. There we go. So like, you know, that looks much better for a Fab build, right? So I have better options now for Xianyun. It's actually a meaningful upgrade for her. I can appreciate that. It also might maybe give me a reason. No, I don't have any. I was gonna say maybe it'll give me a reason to try to like switch to a different. Actually, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I can try something like this, right? For the non-Fab build, to be clear. This is still like one more ER roll than I had before. No, wait, it's the same. Wait, is it? What did I have before? I had 6.5. So this is like okay, that's like 8% more ER there, but then okay, it's basically the same. Okay, so I can have the same ER as before, but a bunch more attack if I want. Yeah, so this like is significantly more buffing potential if I did that. Although it's not quite ideal. I would definitely prefer like one more ER roll to feel happy about that. I think for now I'm just going to bias towards the higher ER build though. So yeah, anywho's I like this overall build balance. Anywho. A little bit sad to lose the 3500 perfect stat, but it's fine. It's fine. Rest in peace, perfect stat line. Oh well. We take minor upgrades though. We take minor upgrades, especially upgrades that are ER, because that's the true upgrade. There was even with her signature weapon refunding energy, by the way, there has definitely been times where I did not get my burst back, and like the only reason I like didn't really feel that it was that much a problem is because C1 flexibly gives you the extra skill, so I can like get the extra energy from the skill on demand if I have an energy problem. But like anyway, it depends on the team. So anyways. Show my Farina build. I don't know why you need to see Farina, but it's a boring tenacity fab build right now, which she still performs pretty well because I have C2 Farina, but nowhere near as well as I technically could make her. Do I regret her cons? Whose? Farina's? No, absolutely not. The only thing I don't like about having Farina cons is how many annoying people show up that think I like am just speaking out of my ass despite going way out of my way to like not speak out of my ass when I try to say things like, yeah, you don't need C2 Farina. Like, I don't know. How many people got C2 Farina that didn't activate C2 Farina for 2 months? And like, on top of that, I do calcs and I do in-practice testing, super powering down Farina all the time, because that's the main thing people really dislike, is when I say that for C2 Farina is not that impactful for team damage improvement. And they'll be like, oh, but it improves your team damage by 8 billion%. And I'm like, okay, even when things are that impactful on a spreadsheet level, it doesn't actually necessarily manifest to anything meaningful in practice. A good example of this like effect where like a constellation can have a significant impact on paper, but in practice barely does anything, is like I got C1 Escofia on polearms only. On paper, C1 Escofia and polearms only for the team that I wanted to use it on is like a 20% DPS increase. And was that noticeable? Yes. I'm not saying it wasn't noticeable, but anyways, that's what annoys me about Farina Constellation. Sorry, I don't need this whole rant. Is people way overvaluing Farina C2. Farina C2 is very nice. I really like having it because it unlocks extra team options. I didn't even top up for it. I just had enough saved Primo Gems. To be clear, I probably would not have been able to do this if I had Welkins. Or if I didn't have Welkins, sorry. But like, it's not doing the effect that most people think it's doing. And one thing you will basically never hear me say, by the way, people complain about my like undervaluing, and I don't think I am. I think I'm fairly accurately evaluating C2 Farina. It just depends on the team context. But you notice how I never really say that C1 Farina is not really nice? It's because C1 Farina does more. I strongly feel that the vast majority of people that think C2 Farina is extremely strong, particularly ones that are like, I have C2 Farina and it was a crazy improvement for her, is because they got C1, they most likely got C1 Farina and C2 Farina, and they activated them at the same time, and are equating a lot of what C2 Farina does as actually what C1 Farina does. So, C1 is actually extremely good, and is Farina's best constellation, and I think is a much stronger consideration for more people, because it gives universal value. Whereas C2 is a big ol' it depends. It depends like on exactly how you are configuring the team, the exact team, whether or not more damage for Farina actually improves clear times, and whether or not faster damage bonus gain matters, aka if you're using non-ideal healers, right? Whatever. So it depends. But C1 is actually quite meaningful. In hindsight, I'll be honest, part of me wishes I stopped at C1, because Farina, I won the first 50-50, I won the second 50-50. Like C0 and C1 was relatively cheap. I had a lot of pulls saved, and I decided to continue pulling because I liked the character, and I wanted C2 for enabling her to be used in even more teams. With how overly push Freyna has been, I somewhat regret that because it is annoying to have to like mention that I have it, because like I want to mention it because it's not like it has no effect, right? That's why I mention it. But anyways, I think I'm gonna stop mentioning it. I think I'm gonna stop mentioning that I have Freyna C2, and I'm just gonna focus on mucking around with things. Unless I'm going out of my way to make a guide-oriented video, right? Like the Lanyan video is more guide-oriented, but like most of my videos aren't trying to be that guide-oriented. So I'm just gonna stop mentioning it because I'm so sick of people like just like I put in the effort so that you can try to take my words mostly at face value. I'm not saying 100% correct, but like that's why I've been petty and I've gone out of my way to like test things. Like, anyways, whatever. So C1 Freyna I think is a much better constellation because it's universally valuable, and C2 Freyna people overvalue. There's a reason I've made videos saying you probably shouldn't get C2 Freyna, but I haven't made videos saying you probably shouldn't get C1 Freyna, because I honestly don't think, like, it's not to say that C1 Freyna is better than getting an entirely new character or anything, but I think most of the people considering going for C1 Freyna will feel the value from C1 Freyna, right? I think it's a rare constellation that it's unlikely you will not get, it's unlikely you wouldn't get value from it, right? What Archon's performs best at C0R1? Moika. Moika is actually the only Archon where getting her weapon makes more sense than getting her constellations. Like, well, okay, arguably Venti, because Venti's weapon is better than Venti, but we'll ignore that. I mean, like getting their weapon for them. Zhongli C0R1. Why are you going for Zhongli's weapon? That's stupid. I mean, for Drip, I guess, but if Drip is a factor, why are you asking this question? It doesn't matter to you, right? Nahida's weapon, garbage. Raiden's weapon, arguably as time goes on. To be clear, Nahida's weapon has a place for Sucrose. I think Nahida's weapon is still probably Sucrose's best weapon. Yes, it's better than like theoretically Mizuki's weapon is better for Sucrose, theoretically, than Nahida's weapon. The problem is that Mizuki's weapon requires bursting consistently and Nahida's weapon doesn't. So as soon as you don't burst on Sucrose, Nahida's weapon is actually better. Anyways, Nahida's weapon is garbage. It's not garbage, I'd say, to be clear, but like it's not very good for Nahida. And the question was, which Archon is at their best C0R1, aka which Archon C0 with weapon kit? And most of the Archons have garbage weapons. Raiden, I actively think that one of the stupidest things with their decision with Raiden was making it so engulfing lightning it's harder. Raiden is an awful character to build. She does not perform, especially in the modern state of Genshin, she does not perform anywhere near the same level as far as like, because most people realistically, they probably want to do Bulbasaur DPSing, right? They want to do Booba DPSing. They want to see the burst animation, whatever. And like that makes sense. That's why I like bursting a Raiden too. I understand. That's why I like hybrid Raiden, because it's best of both worlds Raiden build for me. I think it's incredibly stupid how she is much more annoying to build on engulfing than she is on her free-to-play weapon. Because it's like this 12% crit rate, and she doesn't ascend with crit rate. She doesn't ascend with crit damage either. But like if she ascended with crit rate, you know, whatever. This is impactful. Her conjunction of stat needs are annoying enough that like the fact that she's more annoying to build on engulfing is incredibly annoying. And like you really want like amazing artifacts. Like look at this build. This build is a really, really, really good Raiden build. And we are talking like, and it's still, some people would say it looks kind of cope in some ways. And we are talking that this, do you see how many emblem artifacts this account has? This account has spent tens of thousands of resin in emblem. And like it's so awful. It's so awful. Anyways, so like realistically, if you're considering, if you strongly want to like DPS Raiden, should you get her signature weapon? No, if you strongly want to DPS Raiden, you're gonna want to more consider getting C2. It really sucks though like that C1 Raiden doesn't do anything valuable, so like it feels terrible to like try to get like one constellation per banner, because C1 Raiden is just a constellation that is a stepping stone to C2. So like, ugh. Anywho's, and like, I don't know, this character just takes way too much investment to feel like to perform to the level of like what current characters can, and her weapon is just meh. And realistically, for the places that Raiden has the most unique value in, as time goes on, it's more and more likely that like Zajef, during his Ask Zajef Raiden video, which I don't know if he's released yet, but I watched live on yesterday, and he had a point, which I think was actually true, sadly, that as time goes on, it becomes more and more likely that Fav is a better weapon for her than her signature weapon. This is including when you're bursting on her. And if that's confusing to you, the reason is because where Raiden's kit is technically at, without C2 being factored in, right? Raiden's base kit is at its most valuable. So again, it's context of like C0, R1. Raiden's kit is at its most valuable with her synergy with other units. Because of the fact that this is what she's actually intended to do. This is her intended balance, is that she's not just intended to get Omega damage on her own, she's intended to synergize with other units, essentially buffing them, both by giving them a little bit of burst damage bonus, but more importantly by refunding energy to them. So she has like a short field time burst that does a little bit of front-loaded damage potential, and then she buffs your other units by reducing their energy needs. So if they release like future power creep burst DPSs that get more value from having lower energy needs due to having Raiden on the team with Fav, then the team DPS would be like there could be a burst DPS released in the future that is strong enough that the value of reducing their energy needs is higher than the value of increasing Raiden's personnel damage for the team DPS. That is a possible future that the game seems to be trending towards. It's unlikely that will actually happen realistically, to be clear, but I'm illustrating that as a point of like it's very not impossible, and Engulfing Lightning's kind of shite. Because she's awful to build. It doesn't help her build requirements at all. Like the only value of Engulfing Lightning is that it's the only other weapon that you could compellingly choose to do Hybrid Raiden on, because it converts energy. The main annoying thing with Hybrid Raiden on Staff of Scarlet Sands is that you now need to actually have energy recharge substats in your artifacts for Emblem with Staff of Scarlet Sands. You don't want to just farm all crit. This means, in my opinion, that actually Staff of Scarlet Sands is a lot easier to build her with. But Engulfing Lightning can still do a similar thing in an indirect way by basically giving her almost all the energy recharge, basically all the energy recharge she needs at a baseline with her ER Ascension, the ER from this, and then it converts the ER to attack. Gives her enough baseline attack that you can do a similar thing with Staff of Scarlet Sands as you just build EM main stats on her, and it's fine. It's still worse than Staff of Scarlet Sands, but not incredibly so. Like, Engulfing can enable Hybrid Raiden because of the stat conversion. Just in a different way. And like, that's cool, I guess, but it's still annoying to build her. It's much more annoying to build Hybrid Raiden on Staff of it's much more annoying to build Hybrid Raiden on Engulfing Lightning than it is in Staff of Scarlet Sands. So like, you shouldn't pull this for Hybrid Raiden, but like if you already have it, you can kind of do Hybrid Raiden with it with the right artifacts. But it's still annoying, and that's the problem. Like, this doesn't help her like at all, other than do more damage with already ideal artifacts. But like, ugh, I don't know. Anywho's, and then yeah, Nahida weapon is meh on Nahida. She has other compelling options, many other compelling options actually. But who's next? Farina's weapon is C4 bait. Like, Farina's weapon is only relevant post C4 Farina. Sorry. Like, so as far as like who has the best combination of an Archon C0 R1, it's not Farina, it's not Raiden, it's not Venti. I mean, arguably maybe it is Venti, I guess, honestly, because like yeah, but realistically it's Moika though, because like Moika's weapon is a more significant damage upgrade for Moika's teams than her C1. But her C1 has a little bit of weird nuance that maybe makes it more valuable than her weapon still, but anyways. Yep, there you go. It's Moika because they just did better designing the weapon. And the artifact set how annoying it is to build Moika is much less awful than someone like Raiden. Anyways, what are we doing? Why am I even over here? I don't remember. Here, let's finish our farming quick. And it looks cool. There you go. Yeah. Also, Moika's weapon is probably the most attractive Archon weapon as like a generic stack stick weapon for other units. Partially just because it seems like it's kind of power creep stat stick weapon, which has been happening in Natlan. Like my whole yap earlier about potentially Varessa's weapon being a better weapon for more situations on Yai than Yai's signature weapon. That includes non-plunge situations. So like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, Moika's weapon is more worth considering, but if power creep continues as it has, maybe Moika will get a new best weapon. Probably not, but the point is, like, Moika's weapon can kind of be a very, very good stat stick option for a lot of characters right now, but they could release a new Claymore next year or the year after that or whatever, but like, I don't know, when do you need the weapon? I don't know, whatever. So Moika's weapon is more valuable though. If Moika's weapon is on a weapon banner, even if you happen to have like a Claymore character that you enjoy playing that could get value out of Moika's weapon, say like Navia, like I'm using on my main account, then it does increase the value of the weapon banner, right? So let's assume, let's say this is a likely possibility. Let's say Skirk reruns with Moika. If Skirk reruns with Moika, it will be a compelling option. A more compelling weapon banner is my point. Not that you should like, no brainer pull. No, that is not what that means. But it's a more compelling weapon banner, if that is what happens. So. Like how they design Moika Sega, it's a universally great weapon but still shines the most for its owner. Yeah, I do too. It has downsides, like, you know, low crit rate weapon for Navia. Not ideal, because Navia is annoying to build. It's part of why I don't even like Navia's own signature weapon. But if I have to deal with a slightly lower crit rate weapon, I'd rather try to balance a Navia build around Moika's weapon than having to balance a build around Navia's weapon. Most of the time 674 base attack weapons. Okay. Oh. Shh. Why did I select you? Oh god, that's funny. Okay. Well. Okay, so the FYI, I have rank 70-ish Arlecchino, and one of the main things that could improve my Arlecchino build is a 4-line double crit flower with attack percent. And it would have to basically entirely roll into crit almost. And it would, like, a single HP roll would have made this artifact not more compelling, because like using my off pieces would have been better. And so, anyways, not very good. You know what? For the funnies, let's see if it does another HP roll. It's gonna be a max crit roll, I guarantee. Yeah, I told you. I don't know if that's a max roll. I don't care. But anyways, it's not actually that terrible of an artifact, honestly. But it's hilarious. All right. Hey, it's a good Homa build artifact. So much attack value. Full HP Arlecchino. I mean, honestly, like, that full HP Arlecchino situation was so much better than I thought it was going to be. Like, Staff of Homa, build her on full HP. She literally, like, there was meaningful value to building Arlecchino on full HP for that previous Abyss cycle because of how challenging it is to survive in the last chamber of that previous Abyss cycle because of the Hydro local legends. They hit hard, right? And especially if you dare play, like, a Bennett team in that. If you played a Bennett team in that Abyss cycle with Arlecchino, oof, oh boy, you know, get yourself ready for dying. So, like, funnily enough, I think this is something I pointed out in the video, right? It's like, an artifact like that, I don't know, on a home build, if you want your Arlecchino to be more tanky, it has value. Like, HP is not technically a dead stat. It makes you more tanky, is ultimately the point. So, anyways. And like, it was a weird effect of like, oh, Arlecchino with 40k HP on a full HP build with Homa converting HP to attack, and made her feel kind of like Dia. In a good way. So, I don't know. Anywho's. Like it made her feel like a stronger Dia, to be clear. Stronger than C3 Dia, at least. Although I still prefer the shorter field time nuance of Dia, and Dia having off-field pyro, but anyways. Back when you got Raiden, what was your opinion about it? Opinion about what? Engulfing Lightning? Back when I got Raiden, I quickly realized that I didn't understand why Raiden was so hyped as one of the best characters in the game. She was my most regretted character for a long time. After Dendro released, I started to appreciate her more, but still didn't really truly appreciate her until I had the idea for Hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands. Right. Which I didn't even get to use on my main account until a year after Sino's release, right? I don't know why I came over here. So... Yup.
Thank you for completing today's commit.
I didn't... Because, right, to get value out of Raiden... Remember, I was a new player... like 2 months before Raiden's first rerun banner, and like the whole community like glazed the out of Raiden, right? Omega strongest, best unit in the game, and my friend felt that it had a worse situation where like he pulled C2 Raiden because he got like the pandemic check at the time. And he spent a little, not all the money from that, but he spent a little bit of the pandemic check money to get C2 Raiden, and her weapon, and quickly, immediately, was like, wow, that was stupid. And especially because he quickly, immediately found that, oh, C2 Raiden does all without the good artifacts. Right? Like, he quickly realized the game design loop of, like, it, you know, this wasn't just a method to make Raiden do Omega big damage for a character he liked. This was something that existed to make him, to trick his brain into making the mistake of spending money. Right? And like, it made him drop Genshin, and it has made him not touch a single another gacha game since then. Good job, Mihoyo. Congratulations. Clap, clap. You made someone spend $100 or $200 or whatever. I think about $300 maybe. I think is what he spent technically. You made one person spend a few $100s once, and then abandon the temptation to playing any gacha game ever f***ing again. Good job, Mihoyo. That's what you wanted, right? You extracted money once and then scared someone away. Like, how many people are in that situation, right? Where their experience with Genshin or other gacha games, they realized how predatory they were, which is a good realization, and then abandoned them permanently because of it, right? This is why I yap so much about how, like, I think gacha is a fine formula to support unique kinds of games that otherwise couldn't exist without gacha to support them. Like, there is a place for them. But the balance has to be made in a way that like still makes for a good game and doesn't trick people into making terrible decisions, right? And trick people into regretting playing the video game, right? But yeah, I guess in some ways they just saved him. But that's my point in like how they can be better than this. And I don't know, most constellations are bait, including the strong ones. And my point is, I didn't technically end up spending money for Raiden on my main account, but then Raiden was rerunning with Kokomi at the time, and I wanted more options for healers. So I actually ended up spending money because of Raiden being overhyped in the community, because I ended up spending money to try to get Kokomi. Because I decided it was just like, well, screw it, I want Kokomi. Was it actually worth it? No, not really. But I realized I would have been much better off not going for the overhyped character, and in favor just using my resources for Kokomi in the first place, right? So, anyways, theater. Raiden, overhyped back then to an ungodly degree, because if you didn't understand that the strength level of Raiden, especially back then, but this is also the case today, meaningfully, is relative to your strength level and your investment in it back then was particularly Xingqiu, and Yelan didn't even exist back then, right? Not that Yelan is an auto-include in Raiden National. But back then was your investment into Xiangling and Xingqiu. And like, it was on the presumption of you spending 5 billion resin in the emblem domain to get cracked artifacts for Xingqiu. Well, Xingqiu you could put on Noblesse, is what most people do realistically. But cracked artifacts for Xingqiu. Should we put more ER on Sino? I hate how much I have to change builds on theater on polearms only. Also, we can't do visionary mode. 19 characters usable. I'd have to level up 3 more. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. Three more is close enough that it's consideration. Particularly because we can get an elixir. Might be interesting to try if we can do that. So we'll see how this is on hard mode, right? And depending on how the optimization experience is on hard mode, what characters do I have? So I have Sinel, Xiangling, you. Okay, so my usable character, I have a total number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 usable characters, which is a fairly high number. Like that is definitely enough to complete visionary mode. Like I am confident here that with those 10 characters I can complete visionary mode. But so we have Raiden, Emily is compelling damage dealers, we have Scofier, we have Xiangling, Shenhe can help, Eonson will help, Yaya can help, but they're not really soloing characters. Sino, yeah. So like I'm very confident I could clear visionary mode. With these characters, so with just the polearm units, right? But there's a difference between clearing and starring. So, you know, and starring consistently is a lot harder on this count. So I don't know. We'll see. If I star easily on hard mode here, this is definitely not gonna. I think the hard mode is not going to be anywhere near as hard as the previous theater was on this account. But if we star easily, then I will consider leveling some characters, is my point. Because it would be kind of fun to see if we could try to get the elixir on polearms only, right? That could be a new challenge threshold to try to reach as a goal. So, yeah, I already did that on my main account. I mean, this one would be the best one, but what does that look like? Bam. What a Sino build. What a perfectly ideal Sino. Oh no. Having some EM would be ideal. Here, you know what? Here, just use that. And I think, what was the piece I had on before? It was technically an attack timepiece. Or, sorry, it was an EM timepiece, right? God dang it. Yeah, that piece, yeah. Got switching back after the fact, but anyways, yeah, whatever. We're gonna run 5-piece Thundering Fury just to flex. Why not? Yep. So be glad I have level 90 Mika. I mean, I don't think that will matter for this leader. So, anywho's, for what it's worth, by the way, Raiden is one of the most important characters in Poems Only. Not because of her damage potential. Not it's to be clear, as high investment as my Raiden is, both with build and constellations. My Raiden is good enough that she's a compelling DPS. But more importantly, she's important as an off-field Electro for Shivers teams. Like, she's one of the more important characters in the account because of that. Quite frankly. This doesn't go away if I choose to cast, right? I think that is correct. This is just pretty good. The other one might be good actually for the purpose of trying to get characters right away. For the first chamber, because like optimizing the first few acts, trying to only like clear with one poem character, particularly one that is not most valuable, and saving characters for future acts is important. But again, I kind of want to try to star this time, right? So we're going to take a little bit of a different optimization path, I think, that I've done before. That could be pretty good. This would be bad considering we have 250 flowers. All right, let's do this. We have Sino to start, Sino Mika to start. Can Mika solo is the real question. So I think we choose you.
Can't wait any longer.
I don't know if I need to choose a buff right now. The general priority on Poems Only is to way prioritize choosing characters so I have flexibility with character options more than choosing buffs. Buffs can come after having character options, right? We have Chicken, Vishaps, and then we have the Cryo boss. Okay. We need Rosaria at minimum for the Cryo boss. Rosaria alone might work for the Cryo boss with like not just Rosaria alone, sorry, but like I don't think her damage alone is going to be enough. But like Rosaria plus Raiden is potentially enough. Just trying to think a little bit. We can do like Emily's weird, right? Because Emily wants Pyro. So Emily Xiangling combo is a compelling option to use to clear the Vishaps. Like Emily Xiangling for Vishaps and like maybe the chamber before the last boss is very compelling. So maybe saving those two is ideal for there. We have to do a little bit of this planning. If you don't do this planning, it's a lot harder to clear. And again, I'm trying to think on like a starring level, which is not normal for Poems Only. Can Mika solo actually is still a question in my head, but I don't think he can. So don't want to use Xiangling now. So Mika Sino combo should be fine, but it's a little non-ideal to use Sino because Sino could be used to clear one of these more annoying chambers that actually have damage requirements that are higher. Obviously, the chicken is an example of someone. Well, I don't know, the chicken's DPS requirement isn't that bad, but you know. So anyway, so Xiangling Emily. So like I'm thinking Xiangling Emily for like Vishaps and the chamber before or the chamber after for them. This chamber is the defense monolith chamber, so we can fodder a character there. And then we need Escoffier plus ideally Shenhe would be probably enough on its own. I imagine for the automaton. Is my current leaning at least? We can do the event after we do theater. I haven't finished the event on Poems Only. And Raiden could be useful in any number of chambers. So I think we're fine using Sino here. I think actually. Because like Escoffier Shenhe combo for 2 chambers, Xiangling Emily for 2 chambers, Raiden something. Raiden Rosaria Yanson, right? Whatever is good for 2 chambers, right? Like just at a baseline there, That's 6 chambers, and then we can like use Sino in the first couple chambers kind of thing. Like, we should be fine. I don't think we buy this right now, though. Who do we fight with Sino? These things, I guess. Way up seems annoying. So, well, wait, this is electro resistant, isn't it, too? So, probably not ideal. Again, we want a star. This seems annoying, too, though, in its own way. I don't know. This is not ideal for various reasons. Well, we can trigger a Thundering Fury against these. This one actually might be the better one. Well, worst case scenario, we reset. Oh, well, that wastes the fact that we have Chandelier. Well, I don't know. I think it's not that vital to have Chandelier there. Alright. I think this will be one of the easier theaters on this mode. I think we could. I'm right now, my vibe is I think this account could probably get 9 stars to get the elixir. So, yeah. Wait, do we need Mika at all here? Let's see what happens without Mika at all. I don't know if we really need to save Mika per se, but, you know, let's just see what happens. Yeah, I know it's the boss that sucks energy, which is a problem, potentially.
Judgment is upon us. Guilty. You stand condemned.
I think we're fine. Alright. See? That's why we put an ER timepiece on.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due. Guilty.
Dang it. Please.
Surrender.
Wow. Good job, Sino. Obviously a little bit trickier without Sino constellations. Interesting. I think of the two, arguably Raiden is a lot, or like Raiden's very, very important to have, I think, as an option. We don't need her now, right? So it's kind of weird. I think it still makes sense to choose her, though. It might be not ideal to not have her. So one weird problem we're going to face here is we're going to run out of our trial characters or our non-polearm characters relatively quickly. If we don't select non-polearm characters, funnily enough. Being that a Escoffier is likely very compelling to save at the end anyways, I think actually choosing Rosaria here right now makes more sense. You know what, I think we can choose this. This might be valuable to have. I don't want to get level 2 right now, though. Okay, that's fine. You know I can handle it? You think we can handle it? Oh, frick. Now I kind of wish I chose Yao. Oh, god dang it. Okay. Or I wish I had a superconduct buff, because we could do, like, Rosaria Sino. Would probably be fine here. I'm gonna try it. Worst case scenario, we rely on Raiden constellations. Oops.
You're going down.
What did the behavior of these enemies? That dude runs to me. Okay. So I think this lady moves the least. Well, I don't know. Wallet carrying. I didn't spend any money for Raiden. Not like we have C5 Raiden, yes. It was all from 4 stars, and the fact that we've got it over multiple banners. C5 Raiden was over 3 banners, and primarily because of wishing for 4 stars. So
You're going down.
don't know what to tell you.
Now's your chance.
No.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Penance is due.
I don't know if that made sense to do. Oh.
Well played. Guilty.
Demolition time. Ha!
Okay, you're really annoying with your movement. Yeah, I might have to put Rosaria in. Rosaria, remember, is going to enable Thundering Fury. Ow.
Nowhere to run. Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
Watch out.
Which will it be? Stay condemned.
Oh, you're a ranged unit.
Guilty.
Okay, so you need to get attacked. All right. Please. Okay, we need to redo. I think I can get away without using Rosaria. Therefore, we shouldn't. Actually, wait. One thing we should try quick though. What happens if we use Rosaria Mika?
You're going down.
Bring it on.
Neutralizing threats. Now's your chance.
Unfortunately, I don't have C6 Rosaria for the Red Shred.
Demolition time.
I think this might be the better route. But that means we can save Sino where he might be more valuable. Can you, like, really, bro? Okay, target that frickwad. Hey, we can get a trade for Bongo Cat. What do we get? Duplicate spinny hat. Alright, cool. Trial Sino is so bad? I mean, that wasn't Trial Sino.
You're going down.
I hate to inform you. That was not Trial Sino. What? I swear to you, I was like trying to do charge attack input. I don't know. Like, what? Why is the game not taking my input? Whatever.
Demolition time.
That was a C2 Sino with a very good build.
Leave the wounded to me.
Stop interrupting me when I'm doing my skill. Ugh. It actually might be a little bit more annoying to do this with Rosaria compared to Sino, and Rosaria might be. Actually, that's a question I should ask myself before I complete this. Is Rosaria more valuable to have for different chambers than Sino? The answer to that might be yes. I don't know why I switched. Because, like, having option for off-field, particularly off-field that can help trigger the different feeder buffs, is quite significant, right? Can you stop interrupting me, you freaking butt wipe. My god. Die!
Watch out, or you'll get singed. Keep your cool. You had your chance. Now's your chance. Judgment. Light out.
Oh my god, I keep on getting ripped out. Oh my god, I didn't star. Okay. I can do it with either of them. Who is more valuable to save? I think it's Rosaria. But it's just weird because we technically have two other off-field cryos. So like, I don't know. I don't know.
Leave the wounded to me. Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due. You stay condemned.
I shouldn't have done that.
Your penance is due. You stay condemned.
Maybe we should have saved that.
Watch out, or you'll get singed.
Your penance.
Neutralizing threats. Let's keep going.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
Stop.
Your penance is due. Guilty.
Yeah, Sino is definitely better here.
Penance is due.
My Sino, not their Sino. All right, we might get Sino back anyways. It's okay. It's like a good thing that's doing this, but at the same time, it'd be really nice that. Wait, do we have to fight the Dorito, or is the Dorito one we? No, the Dorito's the one we don't have to fight because we have the chicken, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, Yayo could still be nice to have, but Yayo could also be bad to have in other ways. Um. It depends on what buffs we get going at the end of the day. We're gonna choose the Ensign. We're gonna choose the super conduct buff too. Companion Cryo will give us Rosario, or sorry, will give us Shenhe or Escoffier guaranteed. Companion Random could give us Emily and Yao Yao. And we have to fight the boss here. Okay, so we're at the point now, though, where we can do double unit strong combos to try to clear this. So again, like Escoffier, Shenhe for the final 2 chambers, for example. Mika alone for the next chamber. So Escoffier, Shenhe for the final 2 chambers, Mika alone next chamber, Xiangling, Emily for these chambers. Like, we're fine. We can use Raiden. We even probably use Raiden, Eons, and Rosaria if we have to, but I'll try to just use Raiden and Rosaria. Anyways, let's get Emily as an option. Companion Invite is good. I kind of want the Superconduct, but may as well choose Yayo, I guess, here. All right.
I'll take good care of everyone.
And let's go. I was told my Yai video was mentioned. Yeah, it was. Hi, Mies. I saw your Yai video. I haven't commented on it yet, but I will leave a comment. I wanted to leave some kind of snippy comment, because, or not snippy, not like that. Snippy, I think, has rude connotations. Like the snippy, I more meant just like some kind of joke of like "Welcome to the Yai fold" or something. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I liked your video. And I liked your thumbnail. I mentioned earlier the weird effect. The weird effect though of watching that video was that it was like, this person gives me hard vibes of they're saying things that I say. So, you know, it was kind of like, I have an effect on people. But I wasn't 100% confident that you watched me, but I'm gonna guess you did indeed watch me, based on the fact that you are here now. Yeah, I was, you know, with this work as well. Honestly, the thing, I'm pretty sure this would work probably perfectly fine, even without Raiden constellations, but they help a little bit, obviously. We had 30 seconds to spare, right? Like, with theater buffs going on and whatever, I'm pretty sure Raiden cons were unneeded. All right, nice. Do we need more characters is the real question. So Mika, we Mika alone here. Wait, we have to use, if we don't get extra characters, we have to use another polearm character here. Okay. Because Mika, Sara, I'd rather get one more non-polearm character, I guess, so we don't have to sacrifice a polearm unit that doesn't need to be sacrificed. I think we need to reset this, by the way. Or re-roll it, whatever. Sad that we can't get the super in-depth buff. Restore 1 vigor. These could be like in the idea again. We can't challenge visionary mode right now on this count, but again, I'm thinking that if I can easily star this, which right now I am pretty easily starring without having to optimize much. I've had to optimize a ton of theaters in the past to even complete them at all on polearms only. This is not one I think I have to, but visionary mode I think would take a little bit of optimization and could be fully starred. So I think I might level up a couple characters to try visionary mode. This completely like full star visionary mode. I've never tried to full star visionary mode in polearms only before. It would be kind of fun. And I can probably make a video out of that, right? Can you, what would the title be? Can you get full stars in theater with only polearm units? All right. Anyways, does this matter? 1 bigger restore. Probably not. But it could give me a character that can be fodder character, but I don't think we really need to concern ourselves with fodder characters at this point. I'm gonna do this. Why? Because Mystery Cache Rare is more fun. That's why. Well, that's not very interesting. Okay, this is objectively the more safe one to go for, but this is more fun. But so it's 33 at 40 currently. Easy. No problem. No, that's the physical damage one. Catalyze. I think I can work. Wait. Sorry, I'm gonna do this because I don't know if it's gonna disappear. We need to select this. Alright, sorry Mika, you're the least valuable character here. You are very valuable, last theater. This theater, you are very valuable as well. Just, you have already served your purpose. And now your greatest purpose is to be a polearm unit for me to use to get a star on this. Plus he's a healer, so it shouldn't be very hard to keep him alive. And now I can read a chat for a little while. Alright. But yeah, I don't know. I think it might be worth making a dedicated, like, an edited video on going through theater and polearms only. I don't think I ever have yet, and, like, I have enough experience now with theater and polearms only that I think there's a lot of things I could yap about in conjunction with showing that it's possible to, like, fully star theater, because I do still feel that how doable it is to clear theater on polearms only, as often as it is, illustrates, I think, the flaw in the game mode design. But at the same time, it's also kind of cool that I can. So you could say it's not a flaw. I don't know. Like, it simultaneously is fun to do on polearms only because it's an interesting puzzle to solve. But it makes me more annoyed than anything about being required to level units that don't actually have to be used, right? And that's the flaw it illustrates to me, obviously. Is that it's intended primarily, from Mihoyo's perspective, it seems, as a game mode that tries to force people to play the game more, to level up characters, but to challenge can you come over here? I better not lose a star because you're too close to the thing. Right, it's forcing people to level up characters to challenge the game mode at all, and that benefits them because, you know, they're incentivizing, yo, target me. They're incentivizing people to pull for characters, spend money potentially. I hope no one spends money for theater, but, you know, I'm sure it has happened. And more importantly, keeps them in, like, the daily habit game loop, because, like, to realistically be able to have enough investment to star, get the elixir in theater, you're gonna have to have a whole bunch of units leveled up. Like, you have to play the game a lot. And it's fine to have content that incentivizes you to play. The problem is, like, if they're gonna require, I'm of the opinion that if they're going to require leveling characters for this game mode, there should be a need to use the characters. Like, that's the flaw that I think polearms only highlights. If they're going to force leveling the characters, I should feel like I get value from leveling the characters. No? And, like, the fact that I just need to level the characters to challenge it all, to use my existing characters that I'm actually going to use, my polearm units, and I still succeed, but it becoming a more complicated puzzle, is, I think, an illustration of the design flaw. And, like, I kind of think the idea of theater in the framework of how Genshin works is inherently flawed. I think there's like a cursed design problem hiding here. Game design is like that. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, as much as I think theater is inherently flawed, I get enjoyment out of it. I tend to actually enjoy theater, but in the context of, like, usually making these streams. So I don't know, right? Is weird. We don't need to... Yeah, we'll get a character here, a character here, a character here. I don't think we need to select any more random companion events. They're not... I mean, they would be bad to have, but we can... which one do we do? Again, we want to get stars. These are 2 robots. So as I said before, we can use Shungling, whatever. We still have Rosaria available too. So we can do like Shungling, Yayo, Emily. Easily. Shungling, Yayo, Emily, Eonson. Or do we save Eonson? We might want to save Eonson. For the bosses. It might be a bit trickier. But we can do Shungling, Emily. At a baseline. Still Raiden available for one of these 2. If we need be. And then Shenhe, Escoffier, Rosaria for final 2. Yeah, we'll be fine. Alright, choose buffs. Metro and Dendro Res reduced. I think we'll just choose this, honestly. Choose that again? Sure, why not? More superconduct? Sure. Oh, I don't have enough. Dang it. Alright. Yeah, I think this is the safest choice. New Abyss mode coming out. Yeah, I don't know. From what I understand of it, I don't think I'm going to enjoy the new mode in single player. But I think I will enjoy the new mode a lot in co-op. So, we'll see. And also, there's the other factor of like, if my hope comes to pass where them having this new, more difficult single target mode. By the way, this background is really pretty. I don't know if this has existed before. It probably has. I just never noticed. I like this background a lot. This environment. Like, I'm fine with there just being more difficult single target endgame in general, to be clear. I don't mind that personally at all. Particularly because, for anyone unaware, getting the Premier Gem rewards for the new endgame is trivially easy. It's only really for personal challenge, primarily, that you care about the higher difficulty mode. But I think the true fun value will come out of co-op for the highest difficulty. Whereas in single player, it's just going to be a single target challenge, mostly dealing with very specific boss mechanics and a quite high DPS threshold. That I don't think I'm going to enjoy, because I think it's going to be really restrictive on the kind of teams that will be required to clear it in single player. But in co-op, it's going to be very different gameplay-wise and very different kind of optimization path for working with people to make things work. So I think that'll be really fun. And I think that's a very, very, very positive addition to the game. So I am very much looking forward to the new endgame, is my point. But for single-player purposes, my hope is that if they're going to have this harder single-target DPS check endgame content being added, I want them to go back to the structure they used to have, where most Abyss cycles in the past used to have, like, an AoE focused side. And, like, yeah, oh, they technically have AoE before with the trash mobs before the mechanical cube in second chamber. Yeah, okay, sure. No, I want one side of the Abyss to be more AoE focused and, like, the other side to be single target. That tended to be a pattern they used to do pre-Natlan. Now, post-Natlan, Abysses have become way more specific as far as the requirements to to clear them, and way more single target focused, on top of HP inflation, right? So, like, I want the fun Abysses back. Like, not that, like, any Spyro Abyss hasn't been fun this last year. There's been fun Abysses, but I want that format back, where Abyss, I want there to be some consistent form of AoE endgame available, because there's a lot of teams that are meaningfully different and a lot of characters that are meaningfully different in their utility in AoE content. So, and there's some characters that basically only exist for their intended kit utility, at least, for AoE content. Like Nilou is a good example for baseline Nilou kit. Right now, how they are designing co-op, or how they're designing the game's endgame, is if you want to use Nilou in the current state of Genshin's endgame, I hope you got a Escoffier so that you can just crit DPS Nilou, because crit DPS Nilou is better than normal Nilou now because of Escoffier's existence and the fact that there's, like, no AoE content to use her in. Right. So, that's my hope. We probably won't really start to see that until the Abyss after Skirk. We know the Abyss during Skirk's reset, like the Abyss reset after Skirk release, is very much not AoE. It's very much the thing they've been doing all of Natlan. We'll see. That's my hope. And like for what it's worth, by the way, when Theater originally came out, one of my optimistic perspectives on Theater was that Theater happening every month. When they did Theater, right, they changed Abyss to resetting every 2 weeks for the rewards. To resetting every month. I gotta clear my mouth. Uh-oh, I'm dying. I still have a little bit of cold and there's crap in my throat, if you can't tell. One of my optimistic perspectives on Theater was that, okay, if they're going to change the reset cycle, hopefully they make it so Abyss cycles reset the enemies every month. Because what we used to have is that most Abyss enemy cycles before lasted at least 6 weeks, and some of them lasted 8 weeks, so 2 months. And originally I was upset when they had Abyss cycles where we had the same enemy cycle for 2 months straight, when they did the Abyss resetting every month thing. And the reason they did that before is because pre-Theater and before they changed this, they used the Abyss only had new enemies in it if an Abyss reset was the first reset within a new patch, right? So that's why we had situations where both in the 2 weeks and the original when Theater was first released, where we had like 2 months potentially with the same enemies. That was awful. Because it's just boring having like the main end game that gives you flexibility for your team building have the same enemies for 2 months straight or six weeks straight, right? Now, like it was quite rare to get Abyss cycles where the enemies were only around for 4 weeks. Now enemies are always around for 4 weeks. Like Abyss is always reset every month with new enemies. That's awesome. And honestly, I think Theater is part of why they did that. I think Theater did that, and then there was people like me who complained about the fact that Abyss had the same enemies every single time. And I think they took that feedback and they actually changed it. I think this is a minor thing that they did that not many people appreciate. So like it took some time is my point, but I was right on that guess where like, hey, even if Theater itself might not be everyone's cup of tea, if you already like Abyss, it's possible that Theater indirectly improves the Abyss experience. And I think that has become true on the level of there being more Abysses with new enemies being inherently better than less Abysses with less enemies, less enemy variety, right? I think Abyss is more fun when they do more Abysses with new enemy setups at a baseline. Now, their overall design direction for Abyss with hyper niche enemy mechanics targeted towards trying to incentivize certain character releases and HP inflation, whatever problems, power creep, yada yada, that's a more complicated conversation. I'm not saying Abyss as an entire whole in the last year since Theater release has been more enjoyable necessarily. But the baseline of it resetting the enemies every month is good. So, and my hope is that this new endgame, again, from a single player context, if I don't care about the new endgame from a single player context, it's fine because I still have the co-op context. And then my hope is it, again, by diversifying the forms of endgame content like Theater did, I hope that indirectly benefits Abyss in some ways. And my hope this time is that Abyss benefits by having more common AoE situations outside of just when they want to make an Abyss cycle that is because they release a character that only functions in AoE. So, anyways, let's finish Poem Solving. I think this is a foregone conclusion at this point. Here we can do Raiden. Wait, there's only 4 left, right? So we can do whatever. Yeah, let's just see what Chongling. Yeah, let's use up the last 2 of these, and we'll see what this does, and then we can. Well, okay, actually, there's no reason to do that. Let's just see if this is baseline good enough. Chongling is not on Noblesse right now, I don't think, but technically it would have been optimal, and I think we're fine. Why did I put Yao Yao after Lisa, by the way? If I accidentally... my rule is I can't switch. Obviously, I can't do anything about having to have them in the party, but I just don't switch to the non-polearm unit, right? So, As long as I don't accidentally switch to these, we're fine. All right, there, we're fine. Yeah, this was no problem. Hoping for the new Abyss is more of a testing ground. I don't think that's going to be real, unfortunately. I don't think the Abyss is going to be a testing ground. Okay, cool. I don't think the Abyss is going to be a testing ground meaningfully, because really. Okay. Well, does the Dendro-Cryo buff do much for us? Yeah, maybe, I guess. No reason not to get it, I guess. Can't get that. Oh well. Because we don't start with energy in it. You don't start with energy, so... But yes, I would like more of a testing ground. Just honestly, give us the VR mode from Zenless, please. You've done it. One of your groups of developers have done it, MiHoYo. You can do it for Genshin. Just give us a little like testing ground mode where we can spawn different enemies, make them invulnerable if we need, still see the damage numbers. Like, it'd be so useful. It's funny because like what's funny is like the testing dummy in Zenless is useful, but it's actually not super useful because Zenless's core design is so much more in the direction of like dodging well against certain enemy types that like it's not super useful to have a dummy as anything other than really simple baseline testing. And like Genshin is kind of like that, but you can actually better practice things and illustrate things with a dummy in Genshin. I think like there's more need for a Genshin testing dummy than there is for Zenless. It's kind of my point in a weird like paradoxical way, but like why doesn't it exist? Why doesn't it exist? It's such an obvious feature. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, the VR mode for ZZ is like all they really need, and like it's such a useful feature. Not to everyone, but anyways. What am I doing? I don't know why I keep clicking the same button. Lap. Wait, what are we doing? We'll save Shenhe. We can do Shenhe Escoffier. These buttholes drain energy. Here, you think we can solo this with whatever? Here, you know what? We'll use the Amazon. Why not? Why not? We get snapshots and buffs. We'll do a full pull on clear. Do this. Go get him. Oh, we got no problem. No problem. Get wrecked, Bishops. Yeah, I do have Emily C2, but if cases that's not obvious, that would have been very doable without Emily C2. Mr. Cash. I do want Superconduct though. I mean, we're only gonna do Superconduct like this chamber. We can do Raiden. Like, can we just solo Raiden? Wait, no, we have to use someone else. You know what? No, we're gonna do Mr. Cash. Well, no, let's do Superconduct. Sorry. The fact that I can waffle like this when normally I can't means that this is a very easy theater for this account. This one's probably better. Wait, was there a harder one? No. Squirrel? I don't think I want to do Squirrel. And that seems annoying, so yeah. Anyways. We'll save Ian's on. Hey, look, I'm playing Sara and Raiden together. Not really, because I'm not switching to her. That's illegal. But I'm doing it. Bye, please. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, like pretty much all the higher investment things on this account was just a side effect of, you know, focusing only on polearm units gives you more resources to pull only polearm units over time. And to be clear, I don't think if I started this account last year versus this year, last year versus 3 years ago, this account would be in a very different state today, right? Duh. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we have Superconduct going still, so may as well choose this. I wonder if we on-field Eons on it. No, we don't. I think we switched to Shenhe. But I think this can apply Electro, actually. Sure. Anyways, we don't need to do anything here. Do those. Yep. So, obviously, like, if we're doing Visionary mode, by the way, we'd have the same number of polearm characters, but we'd have to clear 2 more chambers. So what would be necessary... My god, the crap in my throat is destroying me. What would be necessary is to try to figure out where we can afford to be stingy, right? So I don't know. This would be much more interesting of a theater for this account on Visionary mode is my point. So I think I am going to level characters for it. I know I'm speaking as if it's a foregone conclusion, but I think it is. But I'm going to level more characters, I think. So I have to level 3, which is... Ugh. But we'll go pick out after this what characters to level up. See how much resources that's going to cost. And, yeah. So I'll do this.
Your master's bidding. Shiver. Control breathing. Start them at first with flavor.
Bam. Frozen flow.
Manifest. Cryo incarnate. Goose on the loose.
Goose on the loose.
Let's move. Obey.
Wham. Crazy. There you go. Polearms only. Full stars. Hey, did I just get a green cat? Sorry. We got more important things to look at. I did. I just got a green cat. Wow. Alright, back to Shark Cat, though. You know, here, we can put on a celebratory hat for clearing on polearms only. But yeah, I think, so obviously I can't do it right. Well, actually, I don't know. Wait. How many, you know what? We'll take a peek. We'll see how many fragiles I have, see how much resources it takes to get 3 more characters leveled up to level 70 for this. Maybe we can try full clearing, Visionary mode on this right now. Scofier is still a show. Wizard hat. Oh yeah, I should have put the wizard hat on. That's true. For this. Where's my wizard hat? There it is. This is the best one. There you go. Does the shark cat have sharper? Yeah, it does. That makes sense. It's got sharper fins technically. Anyways, alien bongo cat. It's a shark. I mean, sharks are kind of alien, but you know. I mean, unless you meant the alien hat. I have the alien hat, but you know, no supporting cast. We don't need that crap. Wow. Wait. Okay. Is the Jeff still streaming? I want to go. I don't need to do this if the Jeff's not streaming, but. Let me go check. I can't check on here because he's not on my friends list on Polearms only. I was going to message him, but let me go check. Actually, I'll just check on my phone. I want to troll him a little bit. He is still streaming. All right, let's go. Give me a second. We're gonna troll. We'll come back to Polearms only in a second. I want to troll the Jeff and be like, hey. Can you put your Veressa on your supporting cast? I want to use your Veressa. And the reason for anyone that doesn't know the context why this is funny and why it will annoy him, is because of the fact that he did a charity stream where one of the like tiers of rewards for the viewers was letting them ban a character, and because he has turned into a Veressa main, they of course banned Veressa for a month. So this would be, you know, it was like, if you banned me from playing Lanya, I'd be like quite upset, but oh well, I'd survive, right? So let's send him a message. All right. Hey, can you Put your Veresa as a... What is it called? So, hello, French fry soup. What is it called? I don't normally... I don't normally use supporting characters. How much to ban Lion for a month? I don't know. It's not a reward I want to offer you right now. Where is it? Oh, we're here. Invite supporting cast. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have his Veresa available. Like, I don't want to use your Raiden. Why would I want to use your EM Raiden, yo? I can use my EM Raiden, you bozo. Alright. Supporting cast, that's what it's called. Alright. Hey. Can you do me a favor? I guess I should go see what he's doing live stream wise. He's not gonna respond to this, I don't think. He's not gonna take the bait of just leaving it open-ended. Did he respond to me? I don't know if he responded to me.
Razor nearly had 2 minutes. Razor had 1:40.
He's ignored me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. He's in Abyss. But there's better priorities. I message him. Okay. That's fine. Can you put your Veresa as a supporting character? I want to use her in theater. Put the live stream on stream? I mean, I was going to, but he wasn't, yeah. I had to configure it, and it didn't, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I couldn't find it in this easily. I don't know why it didn't pop up. This gonna work? Didn't work. See, I don't know why it's not working. Oh, is this why? Yeah, there you go.
The air is high enough to dodge that. Okay, let's leave. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. That's enough of that.
Did he ignore me? Oh, his chat just, or his mod just told him. Wait, he's been streaming for 4 hours and he hasn't gone to theater yet? Oh, he's going to... Is he taking this seriously and not as a troll? Oh, okay. I mean, I'll do a run with... I'm down with doing a run with his Veresa. It did pop up. It popped up, but it went away after he left Abyss, I think. Well, okay. He took it seriously, darn it. I was trying to troll him. Okay. Well, we'll come back, I guess. Now I have to be genuine. Now I have to be genuine and like just use it. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm down with using his Veresa. All right. I'll give his Veresa build review to you. We'll come back. We'll come back. Yeah. He thought I was being genuine. I was just trying to troll him for for not being able to use Veresa. Now I just feel bad. Now I just feel bad. Oh well. That's fine. I'll give him what's due. And if he's gonna be genuine, I'll be genuine back, and I'll use the Veresa. Yeah, I'll use his Veresa, and I will judge it for its build quality. Anyways, why am I over here? Was I not at the theater before? Does it? If you log out of if you leave theater, does it force you to go back where you were before? That's weird. All right. We'll use the Veresa. We'll use. All right. Yell at me very loudly if I forget. If I say like I want to end the stream, be like, no, you said you were going to use Veresa in theater. Or his Veresa. Hopefully he doesn't want to use. Wait, does he want to use someone?
Corridor gearing.
I don't know why I turned on the volume. I was going to just go ask in his chat. Well, no, he could, whatever. I'm sure someone can come to my chat, hopefully, from his chat, if they want me to put, because I have to go back into the other account if he wants to use one of my characters. I don't know who I have in the supporting cast. I didn't even think about that. Anywho's, what did I, no, oh yeah, we need to, go here, blap. No, I don't need that, actually. No. God dang it. Go back. Okay. Let's see. What is the game plan? So, claim that, first of all. Wow. Rewards. Exciting. Claim. Alright. I don't really need the elixir for any particular reason on the poems only. But again, I just think it's interesting to try to get it. Because I think I'm very, very confident it's doable. We have 20 fragiles, technically. So, 1,200 resin total. Okay. 1,200 resin. We need... Oh, wait. What's the starting characters? Because I've made the mistake before of leveling characters that were one of these characters in the preset. And the characters in the presets don't need to be leveled. Because they're already in the preset. So if I chose to, like, level up Kale, they're already leveled. They're leveled already, so it doesn't matter, right? But... Or sorry, no, my Kale is not leveled. If I chose to level up Kale or Chi-Chi, that would not count towards a character I need. So, put only Veresa in your supporting cast. Okay, you know what? Here, let me go put Veresa. Let me open up actually my phone. I'll go put Veresa in my supporting cast. But yeah, so 19 characters. I need 3 more. I also will have less buffs available in visionary mode, which is maybe a meaningful factor, actually. I don't know. As the Jeff said done, I sent him the emoji thing back. Let's see, but now I just feel bad if I, like, tell him I put my Veresa on trial for you as well. See that I could double down on the troll, but now I kind of feel bad for potentially double downing on the troll. Well, wait. I could be genuine though with it still. I could be a troll and be genuine at the same time. Because here, I'm gonna just do this on my phone because I don't want to have to go log in the account on the stream. I'm gonna be like, here, I'm just gonna go put my Veresa on the supporting role, and you know what? Here, I'll put my Veresa on signature weapon. Maybe he wants to use Veresa on signature weapon. I don't normally use Veresa on signature weapon, but I don't know. Here, let's go switch that. BAP. Put the crit rate circlet on in conjunction with that. And bam, 74 crit rate, 192 crit damage on Sig weapon is pretty okay. It'd be 80 crit rate if I had fully ascended her, but oh well. Working on it. Okay. And then where the Imaginarium Theater, supporting cast. Let's see, who did I have in my supporting cast on my main account? I had see, Lolly, Shalonen, Dia, Arlecchino, Chevrus, and Fischl. Okay. Remove that. Here, I'm gonna put what is it? Electro-Cryo. I'll leave C1 set Lolly there. Remove the pyro units. Put Veresa. What other unit should I put here? You know, if anyone wants to use my, if they're on my list, I can put my Eons on. Well, you don't care about Eons on? I don't know. You know, I'll put my Emily. And my Chlorant, which is very good. And my Yai, and Hybrid Riding. There you go. There you go. He has other choices if he wants, and then I'll message him. Alright. I put my Varessa there too, if you want to use her. Technically, this is where this is where the both is a troll and genuine comes in. Technically, only your Varessa was banned, right? There you go. There you go. I said I put my Varessa there too if you want to use her. Technically, only your Varessa was banned. There you go. There you go. I need to know his reaction. He is still in Abyss for some reason. So, I don't know if he sees it. Here.
Alright. So, how does this go?
No, he's just doing Abyss things. Alright. Anyways, there we go. Why did he ban Varessa? He didn't ban Varessa. His chat voted to ban Varessa because he was doing a charity stream and they reached like a donation threshold, whatever, for the stream. And they were allowed to ban a character for a month. And they banned Varessa because he mains Varessa. So, yeah. Oh, he actually wanted to use someone's Varessa, but none of his friends had it? Really? Oh, that's funny. Sad. Too late. He could have DM'd me. He could have DM'd me and I could have put her in. He knew I had Varessa. Anyways. So we had to figure out the characters. Sorry. Whoop. No Kale, no Chi-Chi. Alright, that's the main thing we need to know. No Kale, no Chi-Chi. Okay. No Kale, no Chi-Chi. And then the other question is, what is the most common element combos for theater in order to choose what characters make the most sense? Like, Electro is probably more common than Cryo, for example. But realistically, I suspect Cryo will be in theater for a while. And also, like, weird element combos are going to become more common. Now, like, I imagine most people are going to like the Dendro-Cryo thing. And I like it for theater. I think that's a cool gimmick for theater. You know, making new reactions. And I'd say, like, reactions in, like, air quotes, because it's not actually a reaction. The aura is still on enemies. But there's unique things you can do with that. That's kind of funny. And I like that. I think that's a fun gimmick for theater, right? So, if they're going to do that more, right, do new reactions, and that gives them more options for, like, adding combinations of elements, like doing Cryo and Dendro together, and teams that are unique to theater. I think that's cool. It's a good direction for them to go down for theater. And therefore, I don't think we need to stress out, is my point, that much about what specific characters we choose to use, because in the past, it was like, okay, let's try to choose to level up the elements, like level up 3 Animo characters or whatever, because Animo is in theater a lot as like a supportive element. Would you rather them buff old characters like ZZZ? I mean, what ZZZ is doing is reworking characters, not just buffing. It functionally is a buff at the end of the day, but, you know, yes, I would like to see them rework some old character kits. I think there are a lot of characters that could be tweaked in ways that aren't, like, crazy, but that would be a good bone to throw for the community, right? So, like, if we're gonna change, let's be real, like, Yai and her baseline kit is not the most compelling pull for the current state of Genshin. I really love Yai. I use her all the time. Every single Abyss cycle I've used her since I got her. But would it kill them to do something minor, like either increase Yai's Electro application, maybe, and keep her multipliers the same, or, I don't know, reduce her burst cooldown, like, not like the time it takes, so that it can actually, you could do a build on Yai and consider doing burst every rotation Yai. Maybe just increase, or just a multiplier buff at a baseline. Give her C2 multipliers for her skill for free, and then her C2 can just be even higher multipliers, right? Like, minor changes, I think, would be a nice bone to throw to slightly uplift some older characters to be more compelling to choose over newer characters. And yes, that includes Raiden for sure. I agree. Raiden, you want to know how to fix Raiden? Some people are gonna hate this. Make her Night Soul. No? Just make her go into a Night Soul state. Like, I'm sorry. Like, the reason for that is simple. One, it gives Raiden far more relevance for off-field utility, because suddenly she can do damage bonus of 4-piece scroll. And energy refund can be valuable for her, so you can still, like, do her burst, like, quick swap front-loaded DPS with energy refunding. Like, it should be easy to get a build that can burst every rotation just to get her initial burst damage, and then you swap off field for her. Whatever. More supportive utility is the point. So it emphasizes her base kits can stay exactly the same with her, like, nuance of, like, quick swap DPS, whatever, supportive utility, but then it's accented by the fact that she can, you know, consistently, and she could also be used in many different teams where she's triggering many different kinds of reactions because of her off-field skill constantly hitting. She could be a compelling unit, kind of like how Auron. She could be a more compelling version of Auron, basically, because Auron theoretically is super compelling in his ability to apply Electro off-field and trigger not just like Hydro and Electro damage bonus, but also like Dendro damage bonus or Pyro damage bonus. Like, he can give like 4 types of damage bonus all at the same time, theoretically. But in practice, he doesn't really do that because of the fact that he has to be in Night Soul state, which requires Hydro or Natlan units, so it's like kind of restrictive. Like, he can do it, but it's restrictive. Raiden could be that, but less restrictive, and have more like personal damage potential on scroll. But then also, importantly, for main DPS playstyle, a really big problem with Raiden, in my opinion, for her baseline kit, if they don't want to buff her so much to like make her really strong, like they want to keep her mostly the same, like she's not going to, her fundamental damage performance is not going to change with this, but being able to use the Natlan artifact set, right, giving, hey, 15% damage bonus and then 40% crit rate for free, would fix a major problem with it, which is how awful she is to build. And then this would essentially make it a little bit more annoying to build her for needing some energy recharge stats, but that is much less awful than the alternative. And also, I'd say there's actually a flaw in that there's, weirdly enough, too few units that use Obsidian Codex that care about ER stats. So like, if you're like me and you have random, you know, Obsidian artifacts that have 15, 20 ER, and those are like good artifacts, but they don't have very obvious use cases for them, Raiden could be a use case for those artifacts, because she would need potentially more energy recharge substats on Codex versus Emblem. So yeah, you know what? There you go. It would not crazily improve Raiden's damage, but it would improve the amount of different teams you can consider using Raiden and make her a lot less annoying to build for any newer player. And yeah, I think that would fix a lot of flaws with her. Not fundamentally change her, but without fundamentally changing her value. To be clear, on a lore level, that wouldn't make any freaking sense. I'm just saying that, like, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as like new artifact sets that could give her more utility is what she needs, maybe more than anything. Anyway, just make Raiden visit Natlan. Yeah. Hey, the Genshin 5.8 change. They buff Raiden's kit. She counts as in the Night Soul state, but only while in Natlan. Anyways, so picking characters. Sorry, good lord. I would like to pick characters, so it's Electro, Cryo, or Dendro characters. But specifically, I would like to pick the ones that have the least annoying materials to get. Like not Chi-Chi, quite frankly. Resin-wise, by the way, obviously for leveling from, we have to do at least these 3 ascensions, so that is a total of 14 resin materials. Realistically, let's assume we get worst case scenario of 3 drops per, so that's 3 times 12. Sorry, 3. What brain? 14 divided by 3, so that's 5. So 5 times 40. That is 200 resin per. So we need only 600 resin So we need to use half of my fragiles to do this. We could do this today. Oh boy, that's a lot of time investment to do this though. What time is it? It is 3:41 p.m. It's a Sunday. I have D&D on Sundays at 6 p.m. Let me double check, make sure it hasn't been canceled as soon as it happens. Nope, it has not. Okay, good. I didn't think so. Okay. Here's the excuse to build. I mean, you wanted me to build C6 Femine on polearms only? Build Mizuki? Maybe. Well, no, she's not. Guys, we're talking on polearms only. These are characters that are not going to be used. I need to cryo, electro, or dendro units. Please stream D&D. It's not that interesting. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. Most of our D&D sessions, half the time our D&D sessions are like 1.5 hours of someone yapping about life goings on. So it's just like a weekly friend gathering where we happen to sometimes play D&D. Anyways, and they're not D&D sessions we run from the context of trying to be more entertaining, and I don't want to have to be in entertainer mode, yapping constantly with a live stream. I don't want to, like, it'd be something I could do in the future, but it's not something I would want to do with my normal friend session, right? So anyways, okay, let's take a peek-see. So Chi-Chi is annoying because Violet Grass. You are not that bad, but not like super convenient. Kind of same story with you. Yours are pretty easy, I think. But all right, you're an option. I already have enough for these. Okay, so Fremine on it. Okay, so there's one Fremine. We will have Fremine as one of them. Jot that down because that's the ideal, is already having the resources. You're another one of the Tignari resources. You're those again. Kaya, okay, Kaya, we have enough already. So Kaya. Do I have Kaya Constellations account? No, I don't. Okay. It'd make me a little bit sad if I did. That's fine. Oh, I didn't buy the wishes on poems only yet. Oops. Oron wouldn't be bad, but not the most convenient. Just do Fremi. I need to do 3. These are annoying. No, I refuse. That is Violet Grass tier for me. These are not bad, but I don't have any. Those are annoying. I don't remember. I think that's in the desert area that I don't have much of the map unlocked, so kind of annoying. These are annoying. Okay. And oh, Kirara, I already have enough. Sick. Okay. I'm gonna do the ones I already have the materials for, and then we can actually try to do this today, rather than spending 3 hours farming materials. So we're gonna do Fremine, Kaya, and Kirara. There you go. And just to double check again, they were not in the supportive cast, right? We're not supporting cast. Whatever cast. Speaking of supporting cast, though. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no. Call it Chi-Chi. We did not choose to do Chi-Chi. Alright, let's go. Achievements. Claim. Okay. What do we have? Freeze, cool it, dodge this. Yeah, we're not gonna be hearing those voice lines, but that's what we're embracing. All right, we have 22 pity. We're not even gonna get a 4-star, are we? Well, how exciting. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? I don't know. Maybe we'll get an early Fav Lance. So I could always actually use more Fav Lance refines on a few of my characters, so I would not mind that at all. Or we're going to get absolutely nothing. Yep. Sick. Alright. Set up the level path on Kaya and Kirara to make your life easier. What in the world is that? I have no idea what that is. I know it's a feature that they added. I just haven't touched that. That's the dresser. I have no idea where that is. Anyways. Five Lance is greater than Jade Spear? Oh, for sure, yeah. What does a Jade Spear even do for me on this account at this point? Why is Shao on R1 Jade Spear? That just seems a little rude of me. I know there was points in the past where it made sense to have these separately leveled. Honestly, this account is at the point now where I could consider refining this. Maybe I can give Shao an R5 Jade Spear eventually. Anyways, training guide. Okay, training guide. What? Okay, so we put Kaya level up plan. It tells me to, I don't need to fully do it though. Oh wait, here we go. Okay. Sick. Who was the other one? Fremine and Kirara. Level up plan. Fremine, Kirara. Okay, that's a cool feature. Wait, what? Oh no, I was confused because it didn't list the exploration materials, but I already have enough. That's why. Yeah. And then Mr. Fremendes, I believe. Yep. Bep. The character list is full. Okay, can you remove Pyro Traveler, please? What? Why? Okay, whatever. We're gonna focus on one at a time anyways. That's fine. Alright, let's go. There's plenty of UI space there for whatever. What? Nope, nope, brain. This is not no. And we can use the resin from theater to level up characters for theater. Alright, Escoffier team against this. This will work.
Do your master's bidding. Pinnacle of excellence.
I should probably switch to Arlic, you know. Like, I mean, I wasn't joking. It does work. It was a half joke because, like, yeah, it's obviously cryo resistant, but it works fine. It's a cryo regis fine. But I should use Arlic, you know, to make my life easier, like faster. Oh, it puts a little tag on them too. Oh, nice. I mean, like a 4-line principle, maybe, but like it's a polar harmonic. I don't need it. Do you have the teleport for Kirara? That's a good question. I don't think I do. But it shouldn't be that long of a trek. I know I have at least the statue in that initial area. Okay, let's just blap. All right. I wonder if Arlecchino can just here. We have to wait until it like gets its resistance or whatever. Die? Yeah, perfect. All right. That's what we wanted. Okay, it's really like it's giving me artifacts constantly that are like, hey, you should probably consider leveling these on a normal account. I don't really think I need to bother on this account. But okay, should I? I mean, like, but fine, game. We'll engage with your 4-line principle lesson. Let's see if we have a 4-line principle moment. If it rolls entirely into crystal, this is definitely a good artifact. Nope. Alright, that's fine. You should check them, though. They are worth checking. Unless you have really good artifacts. Alright. Again, I do have really good artifacts already on Arlecchino. There's no way a Gladiator build actually ends up beating out anything on my Arlecchino, right? So, yeah. still had a shield this time because I didn't do Shiver's Burst. Alright.
There is no escape. Huh. Hands right, see 'em. Stop right there. Everlasting
Oh,
as the
we don't have any
moon.
bombs this time. Sad.
Transfixed.
Is Arlecchino higher on the new melt leaderboard? No. I did mess around with a couple different builds to see how high she could rank on them. Okay. What's with these weird artifacts it's giving me? To see how she could rank on the melt leaderboard. And the answer was it didn't matter. My overload leaderboard is too good. So, yeah. Shark Bongo Cat is my favorite. It's the first natural 5-star I've gotten from Bongo Cat without trading up items.
Do not attempt to resist.
So,
Stronger.
yeah.
Overruled.
I definitely had to use the Eons on Burst there. It was very necessary to get a 500k hit. Alright. That's the last one. And we're done. Hey, it even shows a little check mark. How nice of them. Alright, cool. That is actually kind of nice. I like that. I appreciate that. I don't think I usually have to use it because I'm so used to things, but wait, we need to I think we need to craft a couple thingers. Ellen Joe Bongo Cat, yeah. Alright. I think we needed 3 or 2. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, particularly actually for these, showing how many more of these you need is a nice feature. So, you know what? Good quality of life, Mahoya, that I haven't touched because I got so used to not having said thing. Alright. So we can finish him. Bap. Okay, we actually don't have many of these. But oh well, that's fine. Surely there's no character. Surely there's no polearm character releasing in version 5.8, right? And I'll have plenty of time to recoup my resources, right? Like, I had such an excess of resources, by the way. I just spent a whole bunch of them on Mika and Escoffier recently. Like, now I'm, like, getting to the point that leveling a bunch of characters... Hello, whoever you are. Now I'm getting at the point that leveling a bunch of characters for theater is not the smart resource thing to do right now, unless I, like, farm ley lines, I guess. But, like, arguably it makes sense still, or whatever, right? To farm. Oh yeah, we'll be able to get a 4-star from the standard pulse. Arguably, it makes sense to do this by farming ley lines, because like being able to do the full difficulty theater more often might be more valuable for the account, particularly with elixirs if I can get them, which I don't think will be guaranteed for all theaters, but I do think it's possible for this one. Like, it might make sense to spend more or resin on ley lines to level up the rest of the cast, rather than to 70 just for theater, which is stupid, but, just for those resources rather than farming artifacts. But, I don't like leveling things on a polearm only account when they don't do anything for the account, right? It just feels bad. So, when I'm more motivated for a specific goal, like this instance, a little bit different. I don't mind leveling 3 characters, right? It shouldn't be that big a deal, but anywho's. It's not that resource heavy to take 3 characters to 70, but taking like the rest of these characters to 70 is a lot more. So, anywho's. Why am I struggling? Fremine. There he is. Okay. Add him. Bap. There we go. Okay. I need more of these. I can craft more. Okay. All right. We're going to do you last, because it seems annoying to do that boss, because we have to select... do we have to select it every time? Whatever, it's fine. Why does it say we need the... Wait, do we need these? No, we can craft some. Alright, cool. Yeah, I do have the waypoint. Nice. Don't know if the clave is clear, but yeah. But yeah, it probably makes sense to actually wait till leveling them for IT, but the downside is that we have moments like this, where it would have been nice to just immediately challenge the visionary mode, right? Rather than being like, okay, challenge the visionary mode. Okay, it is doable. Now let's go level up units. Like I could have, the stream could have been more one and done kind of thing. But it's fine. All right. Does this thing's shields change based on the day, or I don't know. Well, hopefully we can just do enough damage to it to not have to worry about the shield again. Die, please. Oh, you have so much health. Oh my god. Oh, I'm supposed to. Yeah, I think it is better to do this. Oh well. This one's gonna take a little bit longer. No! Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I could prep for the next one, but like, I don't wanna. I don't wanna prep for the next one. Again, it's just like, it's not very enjoyable to prep for something that is spending resources that doesn't do anything for the account. God dang it, frick you. Whatever. Yeah, at least we get the attack buff from C4 Raiden for our Lakino after we use her burst. Alright. 3 jobs, that's fine. It's trying to make me do 4-line principle again, except this set is... I mean, both these sets are kind of equally irrelevant in this count at this point. Anyways. I might have failed this. No, never mind. Two more. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do with the elixirs. Did I already craft an Arlecchino timepiece this patch? I think I talked about that before, where I was tempted to do that, because like I don't really know, like saving them for like a new character is probably objectively more sensible. But we'll if we get the elixir, we'll take a peek see. Do this. Give a blue fate? Yeah, we'll use it. I'm just waiting until we get the other two. Oops. Craft an Arlecchino feather. I mean, so that is the problem right now, is like, so the thing is, like, the weird situation is an onset feather could be really, really good for Arlecchino, you would think, by like enabling a better off piece somewhere else. But I don't have a good enough off-piece goblet. Like this is already a good enough onset goblet that like this is better technically, but not that much better. Like if I had this but it had attack % roll, would I think make sense maybe to do that. And the other thing that could make sense of is if I had a better offset timepiece. But I don't. And it's highly unlikely I get a feather that's better than like this piece as an offset for Arlecchino, right? So I actually think it might make more sense to go for timepieces, because I don't even have a 40 CV timepiece yet, right? Like I have very, very close. But getting a 40 CV, like a 10-20 with flat attack, like if this was a 4-line piece and had one more crit roll, or it was a 4-line and had all crit rolls, right? Like either way, we're chasing artifacts that are highly unlikely for us to get, but I think it might be smarter to chase timepieces on the account right now. Is all it kind of is. The account's in a kind of weird situation wherein because it's so much resin has been spent in that domain, there's not actually that many compelling options for offset pieces. In general, I would say. Alright, all done. Defense percent. How exciting. Okay. Let's go here, I guess. Who's next? Fremine? Yeah. Should have gone to Fontaine, actually. I assume air takes a long to load. Engine worth building for C0 Yoimiya. Yeah. It's interesting. It's a good question because like it depends on how much you need Bennett for other teams. I think Bennett should be better at a baseline, but you know, Yunjin is kind of annoying to. I don't know. If you're doing like Yunjin Shalonen, I think she's less annoying to build, and like the new defense polearm exists, which makes her easier to build. You don't have to build like crit stats as much. You just need a crap ton of ER. So, yeah, I don't know. Team would be Bennett, Yunjin, Zhongli. Yeah, okay. If it is Bennett, Yunjin, Zhongli, you're just doing mono pyro. It's probably worth it. Is she the best I don't know. Well, she's not the best mono pyro option, but you know. Yeah, it'll be a 50k DPS Yoimiya team, but is it enough to clear? Yeah, but tight. It'll be tight. C0 Yujin is gonna be a bit. Anyways, what did I need? I need 2 more. Okay. Got those. Oh yeah, I need 2 more of these. And then I need more of these. 6 more. Okay. So over here, what do we need for these? 1 more. Okay, that's done. That's done. All right. Yep. It's so weird leveling so many characters that are non-polearm characters in this account. Alright, goodbye Heroes Wits. Fully on it. I mean, I have enough of the other ones that... What? Oh, I forgot about that. God dang it. Should have selected the character list here. What? 84? Excuse me? Why does it say I need 84? I'm confused. Didn't I only need like 7? Anyways, oh, I didn't unselect talent ascension. Ah, I understand. That makes sense. That's fair. All right. Send. Oh yeah. So what I was saying was, like, I have 5,000 of these. Right. This is equivalent to 1,000 heroes, but still. So, or slightly more technically, and that's a good thing. I am still fine on resources, even though it looks pretty bad to not have any heroes wits. Although I'm also draining more. We're to spend over 1 million Mora. Oh boy. Anyways, last one is Mr. Fremine. What? All these dang achievements. Where's the other one? There it is. Mr. Fremines. Oh, this is the wrong menu. Done with you. Okay. Icewind Suite. Specifically, Coppelius. Alright. You know, level them all for the standard wish, maybe. If only there was a polearm standard character that actually mattered to try to chase, and I would consider that. Switch to the Ascension. I don't think we need to worry about switching to the Ascension section. I think it was just the problem with Kirara because we didn't have many Spectre drops. Yeah, all those characters are going to remain a bit weak. Yansan is a standard polearm character. I mean, that's fair. Oh, I clicked the wrong freaking one. Okay. Whatever. I think it's faster to kill it.
Control breathing. Everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
Hello? Why can't... What's the... I hate this boss. I hope they never do this gimmick again. What do you mean, but like? The point was, I mean, in hindsight, the reason it was not faster the idea was I can kill it because the alternative was teleporting away and coming back. Turns out I have to teleport away and come back anyways. I thought I was going to be able to kill it and then go talk to the dude to respawn it. But I was not able to. So, you know. Oh well. The thought process wasn't wrong, assuming that I was going to be able to not have to teleport if I killed it. Capellius. Anyways. I probably don't have to use you. In fact, it might make sense not to make sure it doesn't get a shield. Yeah, maybe it does make sense. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try not using Eons and see if it's faster. Oh, 4 drops. How exciting. There's actually a chance of saving 40 resin. We need to get 4 drops twice to save 40 resin, which is quite unlikely. On average, you get like 2 4 drops per like level, like per doing a run to go to level 90, like full ascending. That's C0 Arlecchino? Very no. Yeah, I think it's faster not to burst. Not to burst on Eon Song. Okay. That's why the damage is so ridiculous. I mean, this would be 99% the same experience without C6. The only difference is I just don't use my burst if I didn't have C6. Like, the actual time to kill these enemies is the same with like a C3, or, you know, functionally. But this is what C6s are valuable for. It's killing overworld. It's overworld farming. Oops, forgot to E. We might get away with only one more. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna use one more. I'm not waiting 7 minutes. Yeah, it is. It is a C5 Raiden. Here, should we do a damage optimal rotation? Let's see if we even can. If you enter trial domain, you wouldn't have to teleport it. What? What are you talking about? Alright, here. Do this. Wait, that wasn't damage optimal. I forgot to burst on Raiden. Oops, I meant to burst on Raiden because of the fact that I have C4 Raiden. 30% attack bonus after bursting. That's 30% attack for Arlecchino. And as sad as it is, yes, 30% attack for Arlecchino does more than what... I have to do one more anyways. Alright. 30% attack for Arlecchino does more than what, you know, staying on field with Raiden would do. So, try again. The character trials for the event banners. Oh, yeah, I forget about that. Their team at C6 Raiden would improve? Theoretically. Theoretically. Oh, you know, here. See this? This wasn't optimal, but, you know. Didn't even crit on Raiden. There you go, 540k. There you go. There you go. Damage optimal. 80% crit rate Raiden, by the way. Versus 100% crit rate Arlecchino. Anywho's, we're done. Yay. Finishing leveling up the Fremerne. Come on, C6 Raiden, she's on a banner. I'm not farming to pity. I don't know. So like the value of C6 Raiden is very hyper niche. So on this account, the one value is in this team again for buffing Arlecchino, because Arlecchino C4 already brings Arlecchino's cooldown down to 13 seconds, which is actually fairly strong. It increases like 15-second rotation damage. It's more front-loaded damage potential. C4 can be fairly strong functionally, more strong for sustained rotations theoretically. The problem is like with the C6 Arlecchino, this is only relevant with the C6 Arlecchino for sustained rotations, and you don't really do sustained rotations with a C6 Arlecchino, so it just like doesn't matter. I mean we will in the new endgame, so that's something, I guess. And then yeah, so anyways, C6 Raiden, right, reduces burst cooldowns other than herself, so it's still limited by how often she can burst, but this would mean like in every other rotation thing, we can get Arlecchino's burst cooldown to be reduced to like 8 seconds. So we could do like Arlecchino, so it'd be like Raiden E, Chever's burst E, Eonson EQ, Raiden burst, Arlecchino EQ. No, sorry. No, frick. No. Sorry. You have to do Raiden E, Chever's E, Eonson, Arlecchino EQ. Then you do Raiden burst. You stay a little bit on field with Raiden to trigger this cooldown effect, which you have to stay on field for 5 seconds though to get it. So you probably wouldn't stay on field for the full 5 seconds. You'd do a couple attacks to trigger this cooldown reduction, and then you switch back to Arlecchino. You might be able to immediately switch back, actually, honestly, because like because again, she starts with a 13-second cooldown, so you just need to do enough hits so that you can immediately, as soon as you finish enough hits to be done resetting the cooldown, you switch back to Arlecchino, do burst again, right? Like that's the idea. Is you could use C6 Arlecchino to do even more front-loaded damage with Arlecchino. Probably would start clearing things in this one weird pseudo kind of extended rotation, and it changes the gameplay dynamic, and that's kind of cool. On a normal account, where I think it could make sense is for similar things to be clear with Arlecchino, particularly if you also have a C2 Shilonen, because imagine like having Bennett. I don't know exactly if this would work, because you're limited. Remember, because a big problem. This is what I found with C2 Shilonen on my main account. I don't have C6 Raiden though. Is burst cooldown reduction doesn't change your skill cooldown, right? And a lot of characters' kits functioning is tied around their skills being reset. But someone like Arlecchino, her burst resets her skill cooldown. So theoretically, you can do like Raiden C2, Raiden C6, Arlecchino C6, Bennett with Arlecchino C2, because Arlecchino C2 reduces Raiden's cooldown, and you can do 12-second rotations with Arlecchino bursting C. Like, we're talking very whaleable shit. Like, that's what C6 Raiden exists for. Very stupid whale bullshit things, and even then it's extremely niche. And I can't really think of any. I have not ever had a real idea outside of Polearms only, but I never really have tried to think outside of the context of Arlecchino that much, because I'm not going to get C6 Raiden on my freaking main account. So you know what? Fine. We're not a pity. I haven't seen an early in a freaking while on his account, actually. The reason this doesn't make sense, though, is because, like, if in particular if Eon's on ends up running on Emily banner rerun, it's more valuable for us to save our pity to try to get 4 stars, right? For Eon Song copies. Rip. All right. I mean, that's like the best thing we could have gotten other than an off-rate up Eons on. So, you know, what do I want to refine? Oh, that's a good question. What do I refine? Whose do I refine? Probably Xiangling's. I mean, refining Candace's wouldn't be bad. I was kind of feeling that it would be nice. This one is staying. I don't know why it's level 36, to be honest. I have no idea. But this is staying here, because... okay, honestly... okay, first of all, here. Put Toma on this fab. I don't know why he's on freaking prototype Star Glitter. But... this can be refined. Kachina doesn't get used enough. She's fine staying on her EM build. She's at her most valuable on an EM build for theater anyways. This should already be leveled up for Toma. Not because I need to actually like use all these characters on Fab all at exactly the same time, but simply because it's nice to not have to change builds, especially for theater. Alright. But I can refine the 1. So I don't know. I think I am comfortable at the balance of keeping 7. Having 7 total Fab Lances leveled up. I think. I mean, by the way, I can swap this around, so it doesn't really matter. I think I'll give Candace the refine though for now. If I feel like Xiangling needs it, I can give it to Xiangling in the future. But Candace actually gets swapped to more often, so this is the cooldown reduction is more likely to matter for Candace. So yeah. Anyways, was that better than C6 Raiden? Honestly, probably, yeah. Getting 1 more Fab Lance refined is probably better than C6 Raiden. Oh, sad. I'm sorry. I don't know. Will I do more pulls for her? How many do I have? I don't need to save these for anything. 3 pulls. I don't know. I can be... if we end up getting to another 10 pull after completing the event or whatever, I can be convinced, but... anyways, let's see. Where's Mr. Freminate? Wait. We can just do the training plan, right? Yeah, okay. I think I just took longer to do that, to be honest, but it's fine. Get him to 70, use the standard wishes. Maybe we'll get a 5-star and get 2 standard wishes from the, or 2 wish refunds from the standard wishes. And then that can be more pulls for Raiden. I don't know. If we somehow got Raiden C6, luckily after, like the decision was that I would have more fun value from C1 Escoffier and grinding for C1 Escoffier over trying to get C6 Raiden, right? I could have chosen to get C6 Raiden instead of C6 Escoffier, or C1 Escoffier, but I chose what I thought would be the more impactful thing. And I don't regret that choice currently. Iansa? I mean, you heard the Electro 4-star part, I guess, but you weren't listening properly. You weren't listening, Mahoyo. Hey, another wish. Yeah, anyways. Okay, so now we can do... I can't speak. We can do a visionary mode. Yay. Let me try that. I don't. You know what? Here, before we do visionary mode, screw it. Let's finish the event. Not this. This one. Because maybe the pretty much. I don't think they will get us there. This is 40, 80, 80, 80. What's 240? 240 is not enough. Wait, is it? 247. My brain. 780 is. It's actually very. Oh, okay. Ah, frick it. Okay, we're gonna have to go get some waypoints or something. We're gonna have to go get some waypoints or something that's very, very close to another 10 pull. Anyways, or yeah, or C6 Raiden could be after theater. Oh, that's true. That's true. Here, we'll do the event first, and then we get the Primo Gems from theater, assuming we clear it. Could like C6 Raiden can earn her place because we'll need to use Raiden, right? We'll need to use Raiden in theater. So if Raiden wants to truly make it worthwhile to try to get her C6, she can show her worth here in theater, and then and we do a 10 pull and surely get an early with the 50-50 win, right? That's how that works, definitely. Anywho's, okay, let's do this quick though. Bap. This is a polearm only account. We do not use Yelan. We can use Hydro and Pyro here. Okay. Blap. And we can only use Dendro and Electro here. Okay. That should work, I guess. I mean, the best thing to do is putting the Arlecchino here, but we'll not do that. Visionary on polearms only. The goal is visionary mode and starring. That is the goal. Brain accidentally switched. Nope, not allowed. Lofty goals? I don't think it's that lofty. I think it's very doable. I think it'll be a little tricksy, but I don't think it'll like. There's been a theater in the past. To be clear, this would have been a theater where we would not have. Okay, I should have. I should have used Arlecchino. Ow. There's been theaters in the past where, bro, why is this thing so tanky? I missed. Oh my god. There's been theaters in the past. Like the most interesting theater I think on this count was the one where we did the hard mode with only 5 characters. Like that one took a lot of like mucking around with. But we were able to clear the hard mode, and one interesting thing happened when we were doing the hard mode clear, in that like I was optimizing around, you know, not getting like vigor refunds, but then at the very end we got a vigor refund for Raiden that made clearing it like very easy at the end versus like potentially a bit tricksy. But I was very confident I would have been able to clear without that vigor refund, right? And that kind of meant that getting that Raiden refund in that theater, if we had done the visionary mode and if we were doing the visionary mode back then and got that vigor refund, we would have been able to clear that theater without stars, but on visionary mode with 5 characters. with luck. But like trying to do that is like trying to replicate that RNG was not worth it, right? So, and I wasn't going to level characters and then try to replicate that RNG. In this circumstance, we have 10 characters available for visionary mode, and 10 characters available made getting stars on the hard mode trivial. Like we didn't have to optimize at all. Like we've had to optimize. Like it wasn't even a puzzle this time. It was basically just a normal theater run where, for whatever reason, we didn't swap to non-polearm units, right? It was barely different than my main account. Whereas visionary mode is going to be a little bit more of a puzzle, but I don't think it should be that hard, and that's why we were spending the time leveling the characters, is because I think this should be doable. Oh boy. Surely we can get gold at least, right? Oh boy, that damage. I think I have to use Arlecchino to get through this. Ah, dang it. Okay. Oh well, I tried. I tried using weirder teams. Can't say I didn't try. can try Sino. Might work a little bit better. Hu Tao. Do we need to use Tao? We don't technically have to. Is there a reason not to use Hu Tao? Potentially, yes. But I think it's probably better to keep the bonus. Bam.
Into the fire. Nice and spicy.
Please. Also, I forget, but theoretically, I think C2 Arlecchino makes it a little annoying, but theoretically, I should be able to use Candace to keep up with Arlecchino's vaporizes here, which means I shouldn't use Xiangling. But I just will, because I don't feel like thinking about it. What? Oh, it's still marked. I was lucky. Bruh, stop avoiding my attacks! Dude! I mean, it doesn't really matter, but like, lame.
Extract. Quick as a flash.
Sino does have an ER timepiece on. Just gonna take a second. Not exactly the ideal content for Sino here. Also, the fact that there's two of these buttholes is annoying, but hey, at least they got Dendro resistance because of that. Dang it. Oh, we don't have Dendro going anymore. Okay, well that would explain part of our problem. This... Can Sino kill two enemies? I believe in you, Sino. We can kill these two, right? Surely. They have electro resistance now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I should have done that with Eons on buff up. Just realized. Whatever. Oh boy. I don't know if Sino's gonna get any points. Oh, he did it! He did it! Yeah, good job, Sino. And if those weren't really annoying, we could have killed these two. Yeah, I could theoretically muck around with this and get full clear, but nah, don't care. Don't care. Alright, we spent too long on that anyways. Alright, do this. Okay, okay. Electro and Dendro again. Okie dokie. And this one's Electro and Hydro. So how about that? Okay, actually, you know what? I think the best bet is just do this. Stupid as it is, I think that's the best option. And then we just, I don't know, do that.
Off to the freezer.
Why? Because it's a polearm only account. And it's going to be better than our other team options.
Russian floral. Everlasting as the moon. Overrule.
If I could do some setups, by the way, for like trying to melt Arlecchino Burst or something, but like I don't care. I don't really care right now. I'm just trying to complete the event at this point.
Fresh and floral.
Witness my eyes.
Wham. Oh, here.
Off to the freezer. Pinnacle of excellence.
Ow.
Transfix. This'll brighten up the place. Adaptive frost. I'm as human.
Oop, oop.
Everlasting
That's not gonna kill. Nope. I'm not a fan of this event, but hate's a very strong word. Yeah. I don't hate this event. I just don't think it's very good. That's for sure. I think Hybrid Rodden would have been better here, by the way. I should not have done that yet. That was dumb. It probably didn't matter that much, though. Maybe it did. I probably should have just immediately swapped to Raiden, but I wanted to group them more. Yeah, well. Misplays all around. I don't really care, though, as long as we got the main rewards. Can I even get through these buttholes? We got 2 stars. We're good with that. Oh, God dang it. This team does not exactly have 18-second rotations, so it feels weird. Bring it on. What did she get hit by there? Alright. Last one. Ew. Ew. Alright. Pyro Hydro, huh? And Pyro Cryo. Well. How about... maybe that. And then... Bap, bap. Bap. I didn't... Rosaria is not on a melt build, by the way, but whatever. I didn't hold. Whatever. Wait, it doesn't matter? Wait, does it? I don't think it does. I don't think you have to do hold skill for C6 Shepherd's buff. I think. Weird overload team. Chevrolet is giving it a damage bonus buff with C6. C6 Chevrolet works outside of overload. So. God dang it. You need overload for her attack buff, not her damage bonus. I just don't remember if you need the hold skill or not, technically. For her C6 buff, I think as far as I recall, it's the only condition for her damage bonus is just healing. Oh boy. No, no. I wanted to kill him. No, I failed. Alright. Yeah, see if there was any skill use, that's what I thought. Energy. Ow. Please, Fav. Fav, please. Oh boy, we didn't get our energy up. Uh, great. Well, I forgot this is starting with a way up. It causes some problems when we didn't get our energy up. I think we could theoretically get our energy up beforehand. I don't care, though. I really don't feel like I need to stress trying to get the final reward. I do not find this event particularly interesting to play on polearms only. I'd much rather get on to doing visionary mode on theater. Just wasted a skill. Whatever. I thought the shield was gonna die. Can we kill the way up at least? I don't think we can. You bottle. Oh, whatever. Why did I even bother trying? Why did I even try? Did anyone else hear missionary mode? I think it was just you. But maybe. Maybe it was on purpose. No, definitely not. Alright. Claim the rewards for that, and we're all done. Alright. And there we go. And Raiden will have to earn the last few Primo Gems for another 10 pull. Alright. May as well record this. I'm not going to record any intro for it or anything. We're just going to get straight into this. Visionary mode on polearms only. Had to level 3 characters. 3 characters for this. We leveled Fremine, Kaya. We're not going to use them. I mean, we're going to select them. We're not going to use them. We did change one build. We changed, of course, Sino to have an ER timepiece. It's probably quite important. I don't think we really need to change anyone else around. Theoretically, we might want to put Fav on some characters for some min-maxing utility here. The hope is that we shouldn't have to do that, though, right? This is the wrong mode. Visionary mode. There we go. So, yeah, this will be kind of weird. The goal here, though, of course, is to get all stars, by the way. Well, sorry, not all stars. The goal is to get the elixir. So, 9 stars out of 10. We were able, like, this was, we have 10 total polearm characters available, right? We have Sino, Mika, Escoffier, Shenhe, Raiden, Emily, Rosaria, Eon-san, Yao Yao, and Xiangling. This is a compelling enough set of units that, in conjunction with some combination of the buffs happening, although our priority is definitely going to be getting characters, because we need to have the right option for characters at the right time to be able to deal with particular chambers, because, like, we want to save, for example, like Cryo Team for this, and we really want to have, if we want the stars, a Electro Dendro for this kind of thing, and this also we want to make sure we have enough damage for it as an energy draining mechanic, yada yada, right? It's not like clearing visionary mode here is not really going to be a problem at all. It was trivially easy to clear on hard when we tried it before having a couple extra characters leveled. And as always, by the way, this is more in case this was the edited video, but for doing a polearm only clear, right, with visionary mode, or with theater in general, all it is like I select the characters for the team, but I only have the polearm units on field. If I accidentally swap to a non-polearm character, I will just reset. But yeah, so it's just a weird optimization experience of trying to, like, solo. So for example, one of the easy chambers will build a solo. In Act 3, there's the defense monolith thing. So we can sacrifice, say, a solo Yao Yao, solo Mika. So the lower value units for personal damage contribution. Not that healing isn't valuable, but we want damage contribution over all else is the main thing to balance around, right? And elemental application is also very valuable. So Yao Yao is a more valuable character than Mika because she applies Dendro, which means we can do whatever Dendro, the Dendro related buffs, right? Now starting with Mika and Sino helps out. The goal will be to clear, with solo characters as much as possible if we can, essentially. But the general ideal would be, as an example, is let's say Sino Mika, we clear the first 2 chambers. Emily Shangling clears the... let's say we have Escoffier Shenhe for these 2 chambers, Shangling Emily for this chamber, and probably with Eonson for the Dorito. Raiden somebody. Some combination of Raiden someone else. Eonson would be nice, but you know, Eonson, finding where to like use Eonson is definitely one of the optimizations to be had here that will help a lot, help out a lot. And then for these chambers, then for like these 2 chambers, so if we're using Sino, whoever here, use, you know, Raiden, whatever there, Emily Shangling, Escoffier, whatever there, then we have 2 more chambers to figure out, right? And we still have Rosaria available, and some conjunction of Rosaria plus another unit is the general idea. So we want a solo is the ideal, and that means I might have to muddle through a bunch of resetting here for trying to solo with Sino in the first chambers here. I think we can solo Sino here. As much as I would like to, actually, another option is to try to get, like, we have a random companion here, right? We could try to get a particular character that's good at soloing these first chambers, and that lets us save Sino, say, for the chicken fight. Because Sino should be able to solo the chicken, I think. It puts a little bit of Dendro on itself at minimum. Just trying to think if that's important or relevant enough to do. We should decide doing that right away, because that would require resetting Abyss, or resetting Theater to try to get these random cards to get a particular character. Right, so early RNG optimization for that is easy. The other thing that can save us is, of course, Vigor refunding cards later down the line, but that's like later RNG optimization. It's a lot harder to get consistently. But I think Sino alone, I think, can actually, it might seem weird, but I think Sino alone can handle this because he can clear the first waves really easily, and a lot with Trill isn't that bad. So what does it look like if we do Sino alone here, Mika alone in the defense chamber? Maybe we can save Sino here and do solo someone else in the next chamber. I wonder if solo Rosaria can handle something. So it could be really nice to get Rosaria. Maybe we could solo Rosaria if we get her. Okay, let's try companion random. Interesting. Okay, choose Emily.
Pleasure is all mine.
Just mystery cache. Buffs we'll choose later. And to be clear, I think the buffs are strong enough this time that buffs plus like less compelling combos of characters on their own, like buffs in something weird like Yao Yao plus Rosaria with the Cryo Dendro buff will probably let us clear a chamber kind of thing, right? But we don't have Yao Yao Rosaria right now, so you know. This seems good actually. The mystery cache, okay. The mystery cache gets an additional choice thing, can be one of those things that can let you get a lot more options. Okay, this is interesting. Alternate cast member joins, but no more thing for this acting combat. Special guest star joins. Okay, special guest star is Shangling, potentially. But it's also Xingqiu. Who is the special guest stars? Shangling, Xingqiu? That's a hard question. Am I missing anyone? Was there anyone else that was a special guest star? I don't remember. I think no one else was a special guest star, right? So theoretically, this one is interesting because it's a 50-50 chance of getting Shangling. This one could give us, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of this one. I mean, they're both a 50% chance of getting a polearm unit. And considering, I think, the relevance of getting Rosaria early on here, I think actually I choose this one. Okay. That's very good. All right. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So now I kind of want, right, now I kind of want to get this buff and get Yaoyao. Because, like, the potential for using Yaoyao with this buff... Okay, so what I want to happen here is it doesn't make sense to choose this right now. I don't know. Like, getting Rosaria, I think I might be able to solo... not this. Well, actually, she might be able to solo this. Actually, oh, that's a hard question. Soloing this with Rosaria or soloing this? No, I think it's this. I have a freeze build in Rosaria. Ah, shoot. I should have put a higher ER build in Rosaria. Frick. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. If I have to use Sino, I have to use Sino. It's fine. Based on going through with hard mode, I know that Sino can go through this. I don't think this one makes sense because shields are. I think I want to choose this. I'm gonna take the risk. Like, we could save these for getting more characters next round, for more options. But we got lucky enough with our initial set here that I think we're good. And like, so I could do something weird to be clear, like Rosaria Emily, but that would not be ideal. I'd much rather do Rosaria Yaoyao. Would be interesting as an option. So you know what? Let's get one of these. And then let's do this one. I think this is the smartest one to do. Because I have like TF Sino. TF Sino can work. I have a freeze Rosaria build, so we at least like can clear the first wave of enemies pretty quickly. And Rosaria is good at getting through the shield for the Lawa Trill, but you know, might be a little sus energy wise. We'll see. Let's try. We're gonna try solo Rosaria first. Yeah, I really wish you could re-gear. I really wish you could re-gear in theater. Okay, our energy actually is kind of fine for now, at least. The slimes give, I think, higher energy. Okay. Again, the goal is to get stars, right? The goal is not... I've completed Visionary mode in Poems only a few times before, but I have never done Visionary mode and tried to get all stars. Come on, get some contact energy. No, okay. Good. Nice. Alright. Alright, that's okay, that's very interesting. Being able to solo with Rosaria at the start is very interesting. Okay. Let's save Sino. Okay. Interesting. Companion Electro is not Yaoyao. Okay. Doritos. And 3 enemies. I fought this one before, so I know what this setup is. This might be easier to deal with. Okay, let me... Yeah, I really wish this wasn't Electro. Should I reroll? I think I might... It's like if I reroll and I get a Dendro selection, that guarantees Yaoyao, right? And then I can do like Rosaria Yaoyao against this. And I think that would probably work with the buff. Is my guess. And then that leaves me like Sino... Is it even that relevant? I don't know. Okay. I'm trying to... Do I even need Yaoyao? Because maybe I can do like Rosaria Mika. That'll let me like burst consistently with Rosaria, get a little bit of physical damage additionally. Have no bless buff. Like Rosaria Mika can probably do well here if I need to use 2 characters. I can also try to solo. Don't they give themselves a Dendro Shield? Oh, do they give a Dendro Shield? Oh, okay. If they give a Dendro Shield, then I should use Sino. Okay. I thought they gave themselves a different type of shield for some reason. That I could get through with cryo. I don't know what I was thinking. But that does make sense. You're probably right. Alright, thank you for that. So probably this one then. And like Rosaria can do A. Oh, man. It's so tempting to try to like clear this with Rosaria, right? So Sino, okay. So Act 4 we use Mika solo. Can Sino solo the chicken? I think he can. I don't know if he can with can Sino solo the chicken without any other buffer, right? We might get another buffer for him. So, because if I can do this, if I can like solo with someone here, solo with Sino, solo with Mika, I think we're good. Because we can have like Raiden, Emily Xiangling situation, Raiden, some mix of Raiden, some mix. I think I'm gonna try that. I think I'm gonna try to solo with Sino, and then we can save Rosaria for utility off field with buffs in the future. And we can just choose to get a electro character here. It might not give us a polearm unit, but not the end of the world. There's a good chance of getting a polearm unit. Yeah, that's the route.
I'm
Okay.
all warmed up.
I don't think we need that right now, but might be a nice option just in case we need it for the chicken. Okay, I'm gonna try like that. Yeah, I think we save Rosaria because off-field utility is good. We'll try solo Sino. Let's try solo Sino with these first. Do we have the non-polar units to solo these next two chambers? Oh, that's kind of... Ooh, that's actually a problem. Because if we solo... So, there's a funny problem here. If we solo with Sino here, right? We only have... We need one more non-polar unit to be able to also solo with the next chamber. It's a funny optimization problem you can have. If you have too many polar units early, you might be forced to use a polar unit that's not... when it's not ideal. But we might need to use a non-polar unit next chamber anyway, so it's not that big a deal. And there's a very good chance I'll have the choice to be able to choose a polar unit after this next round, so it should be fine, probably. Alright.
You are not welcome here.
So start going right away. We definitely need the grouping situation to be nice to us. Oh, I flubbed that. Good job, me. Oh, they're putting... oh my god, what? He interrupted my skill? Oh my god, okay. I am losing faith in Sign. You're soloed and you add crap artifacts? You soloed this specific chamber with Sino? I mean, that's actually kind of impressive if you did. I don't think the Doritos are going to be that much of a problem, but... this one's more annoying. Literally just using Mika, I think, would make this easy. But we're gonna keep on trying with solo Sino first.
You are not welcome here. Nowhere to run.
Wait, which one do I need to run to? Sorry, I gotta test their targeting behavior. I thought you were fighting the chicken. Oh yeah, no, we will be. The goal is to use solo Sino against the chicken. Okay, but good to know if you were able to clear with the chicken. That means if you were able to solo clear with the chicken, actually was your Sino with a bad build. Okay, they all run to me. I see. But this lady takes longer, so I think target the lady, I guess. She's in the middle anyways. Yeah. Okay. Just use Kali before burst. Yeah, I will do that the moment she transforms into a polar unit. Alright, this... Frick you! I thought I avoided the Hydro attack. Oh my god. Okay, like this is enough to clear, by the way. That is not a problem, but not enough to star. Okay. There's min-maxy optimization I could do. I'm gonna do one more attempt, but like, I think Sino could theoretically do this, but it seems awful. That's my vibe.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stay
Hydro me. Frick. Oh, it interrupted me again. Frick you! God, them interrupting my skill is like the most awful thing. Oh my god. No, I think we're gonna use another character. And then we rely on Sino soloing the next chamber. Okay, who do we use? I think Mika. Use Mika here. We can still have solo Mika. Mika here. We can have solo Mika for this chamber still. Solo Sino here. Hopefully something with right. These two chambers are actually going to be the most sus because our character selection might be a little bit. Emily Xiangling, Raiden, Eonton combos in some mix here. Shenhe, Escofia here. Okay. And we'll have Rosaria available too in some mix here. Okay, I think that's a perfectly fine plan. I think we're fine to use Mika here.
You are not welcome here.
I don't have stamina. What was the other option? Was the other what the Geo Shield? Wait, no, that wasn't. Wait, was the Geo Shield? Why did I not choose the Geo Shield or the Geo Shield? Sorry, the Dendro Shield. I should. I think I should have chosen the Dendro Shield. Why is Sino impossible to dodge on? This character's kid. He feels good in a very limited number of teams. Why is your what? Your cooldown not back. Oh wait, no, because I'm stupid. You're supposed to like skill and then burst and then yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's just try going right away. Frick you! Oh, the interrupting my skill is driving me insane. I didn't mean to hit restart there. I was just pausing out of anger. Crap, I didn't. I hit the wrong button. Whatever. I think this is the most annoying. This is going to be the most annoying chamber, I think, in this whole attempt. I really don't want to restart because of the luck we had with the characters. Stop freezing me at the worst time! Oh my god! I just started spamming, it's fine. Ow. Oh my god, stop pinging me. You frick. You butthole. Okay.
You are not welcome. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty. Your penance is due.
This one dude isn't taking any damage. Why did he frick off? Oh my god. Whatever.
Let's keep going, team.
Through me, justice is served. Your penance is due. Guilty.
Die, please.
Nowhere to run.
Neutralizing threat. No.
Judgment is applied. Stand condemned.
Good lord. Alright, that's fine. Finally. We had plenty of time to spare. Oh god. Okay, okay, so, oh, that's weird. Okay, wait, sorry. Who do we, can we solo with Sign on the next? Yeah, we can choose Raiden. Okay, good. I was like, I want to choose Raiden because I want to have characters to, you know, particularly deal with the chamber after the next one and after the next one. The only problem we're going to have here, actually, is if we solo with Sino in the next act, we have to use Nahi to call a official. And then we don't have anyone to solo to pair with Mika. Like, we'd have to use polearm units, right? Which is very non-ideal because we want to save those polearm units to here. So we need to get actually some other characters. So getting Raiden here is actually not ideal, is my point. How many flowers am I going to have, though, is the question. Because, like, choosing Raiden here is good, because I think I'm really going to want Raiden for, like, these two chambers is the problem. So, like, if we don't choose Raiden here, that ensures we should have fodder characters easier. But then we, like, really need to get Raiden in, like, this chamber, for example, potentially. Or in the in-between, whatever. This is actually one of the harder decisions, I think, in this. So let's see. Ignoring mystery cache shenanigans, we probably get like probably one character. So 2 characters per, right? So we do, if we choose Raiden here, we get a random non-polearm character as a reward after this, and when we go to the shop, whatever you called it, in-between thing, so that's 2 characters. And we need to get like 1 more. I think we can choose Raiden. There's a few Electro left, so an Electro card will guarantee Raiden. Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah, you're probably correct there. Yeah, I think that's the true reason. Yeah, don't choose Electro because Electro will guarantee us Raiden anyways if we near. Okay, all right, sure. Let's do it. Hopefully I don't regret this. To be clear, also we can after we beat this boss, we can rewind to try to optimize some character selection things. Also, there's that. It's not guaranteed Raiden. It's a 50-50 for Raiden. Okay. I still think we buy this though. Okay, now we gotta ask ourselves again. If we choose Raiden, and we choose a non-polearm character as a reward for here, so we do... I think we should be fine, right? Because we can do Sino... We can do Sino, Fremine, Nahida, so this would be solo Sino, right? But Sino, Fremine, Nahida, Kale, we choose... And then we do Sino, and then we do, for the next chamber, we do Mika, Fremine, Fischl, and then whatever random non-poem character we get for this. So I think we can just Raiden here.
Stay close,
All
and
right.
you will live.
I believe in you, Sino. I can barely hear what you're saying. You know, I don't think I should increase my volume for you. But yes. How much time do I have? I have 55 minutes. All right, we're fine. Solo Sino. If we have to, then an alternative is solo Raiden, but I think Raiden is a little bit more valuable and versatile. All right. Blap, blap, blap. Doesn't matter who I choose here. We're not triggering any reactions even for resonance isn't even relevant either. All right. Blap. God dang it. Yeah, I think we're fine. Alright. Alright, nope, being dumb. Oh my god, can you chill? It was actually a good buff, I just playing it badly. Okay, well, bad gameplay. Might have to redo. ER timepiece on his sign up, by the way. Oopsies. Okay, this is less simple to... We want to get a star, remember? Killing it, not a problem. Starring, a little bit of a problem. We can... If we just want the elixirs, we don't need to get a star here, right? We can star every other chamber, but I'd really prefer to get a star here. Resonance doesn't work? No, resonance works, but electro-resonance is a... Electro-resonance is particles from triggering electro reactions, I believe, if I recall. I gotta double check it. Maybe electro-resonance is doing something here. Oh god. Ah, yeah, we might have to reset because of that. No, that is the move we do not want. Okay, I have Quicken going. That's actually very good. Oh, ER. Oh, frick you. Really? How do I... Energy, please. No! Oh, boy. Oh, we didn't get a star. Ah, frick me. God. Alright, do we seriously not have the energy? Okay. Okay. You try some teams with Escovia that aren't Hydro-Cryo only. Chaos Skiller. I have a 9-hour testing stream that I did with Escovia. I would check out that stream. So, yes. Escovia works without Hydro-Cryo. That was like a big focus of what I did in the past. Oh yeah, the resonance should work. You're right. Oh yeah, duh. Why was I waiting? Like literally, I think 6 hours. By the way, if I recall, like 2/3 of my stream for Escovia was testing Escovia and non-Escovia teams for the most part, if I recall. I need to... So, okay. I need to pay better attention to when it gets its Dendro. I need to redo. If I was paying better attention to when it got its Dendro, there was a couple skills. I think there was 2 extra skills I could have gotten there with TF cooldown reduction, which would have gotten me my energy back, and would have done more damage. I need to pay attention for that. Right, like now. Right, do this. Crap. Ah, frick. This is like the ideal move, but it's really annoying to not take damage there. Really? Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, that was dumb. Oh my god, brain. Frick! Brain! Oh my god, this character's energy needs... Why did they give this character such a... like... Okay. Why my brain... What's my brain doing? Take a drink of water. Why is my brain taking for long? I need to start going right away. So awkward because that's the simultaneously ideal move and most awkward move. God, how How is 158 ER the perfectly awkward ER? I need like one more probably not one more. I need only like 5 more. Ugh. I am losing faith in my ability to clear solo Sino, even though I think it is possible. Oh, this energy situation sucks so much. No, like how I gotta get the star. Again, like I could just try to. Okay, so like our options here are put in another unit, right? But I feel like putting in another unit here is condemning us to having to get like a vigor refund on someone else. I like the new, they're not really reactions. I refuse to call them the reactions. They are buffs. The theater stuff is buffs, not reactions. The Dendro-Cryo are not reacting. But anyways, it's close enough to a reaction. I understand why people are calling it reactions, but they're not reactions. Anyways, sorry. I like them. I like that they're giving buffs that are for element combinations that aren't restricted to existing reaction combos. So, yes, our options are either kill it and forgo the star and get stars in every other chamber, right? That's a potential option. I'm not used to having to concern myself with the stars, and I feel like that should be fine, right? Because of how easy it was for us to get stars when we did the hard mode. I think we can do the same. So maybe we skip star on this. But also the video title concept I had was can you get full stars? And like, so I kind of want to really get full stars rather than 9 out of 10 stars, even though my main priority is just seeing if I can get the elixir. Resetting visionary mode for starting RNG. But how is my starting RNG going to be better than getting the Rosaria and whatever at the start? I don't think my starting RNG can be much better. What about Raiden solo? I mean, maybe we should try Raiden solo. I guess that's fair, because like Raiden can have interruption resistance at least, and no ER problems. And then theoretically, Sino can be saved. I mean, like the plan was like Raiden with someone else can do with whatever. Then we can do Sino with someone else, because Sino is probably better in conjunction with some other off-field. Let's say we do Sino Rosaria for one of these next 2 chambers, not the very next one, right? So Sino Rosaria for this 2, and maybe that will work, right? And then I can use Raiden. Yeah, so you know what? Sure, let's try that. Let's try Raiden solo. Really? 270 ER Raiden? Okay, there we go. We got it back. Spend a little bit of time doing nothing. I don't think there's enough damage. I don't think we can get enough damage. Crap, man. Okay, well, I don't think Raiden has the damage potential, that's unfortunately. C5 Raiden, by the way. Ugh. Yeah, of course it did the less annoying attack when you fought Raiden, yeah. Yeah, Raiden is not earning her C6. But yeah, so, and of course the other consideration is we can do Sino plus an off-fielder here, like Sino Rosaria, right? And this has some side benefits in that we could, like saving a fodder unit here. Saving a fodder unit here means we could have, because we definitely can solo with Mika with the next chamber, right? So we do like Mika, Nahida, Fremine, Kale. So we have enough fodder characters right now, which means we could like choose another polearm character. It's just a question of like, okay, if we use 2 characters here, what is the gambit, right? So 2 characters here, solo Raiden, or sorry, not solo Raiden, solo Mika. How many characters do we have? Do we if we have 2 characters here, do we have enough to be able to do 2 characters for each one of the other chambers without bigger refunds? So let's say Xiangling, Emily, Shenhe, Escoffier. Let's assume that combo should be enough there. And I'm kind of sus about just Xiangling, Emily, but I think we can save Eon-san for this. That's 3 characters, so I don't know. But let's just look at Xiangling, Emily for now. Escoffier, whatever. Escoffier, Shenhe for the last 2. Who do we have for these 2, right? We'd have Raiden, Yao Yao. That's it, Raiden, Yao Yao. Okay. That's what we'd have. We'd have Raiden, Yao Yao. And Eon-san, sorry. So that would be the question then. If we do Sino Rosaria here, Mika solo, is Raiden, Yao Yao, some combination of Raiden or Yao Yao and Raiden and Eon-san enough to do these chambers? And the ideal would be probably Eon-san only for one of these 2. And then Eon-san can be used in this thing. I think we go that route. This is a pretty big risk. It would be really ideal to be able to solo this, and it might be the correct play. Like for just getting the elixir, I think the correct play might be just forgoing the star. But I want to try to get the star. So for me, it's down to losing my sanity or doing 2 characters. I think we're going to try 2 characters. And we can try to get a Vega refund later. We might get lucky, right? And all this concern might not matter. I should start with Sino skill. This whole time it's a polearm only account. I mean, we cleared on hard mode already. We did my main account. We cleared on hard mode on polearms only, and then we leveled some characters, so we're trying on visionary mode now. Wait, do I not have the superconduct buff? No, that's a little annoying. I am not using Thundery Fury properly, by the way. I need to redo. Also, had a terrible move anyways. Maybe Emily? We want to save Emily. I'm like very confident of that. Oh wait, Rosaria does not apply enough. Ugh, that's so annoying. I guess that makes sense though. Rosaria is triggering superconducts, not Sino. Okay, is Rosaria even contributing much here? This is a would have liked to have Rosaria on Fab moment. Okay. Maybe Rosaria Raiden will work. Oh, we might be fine here, actually. I freaking TF procs bad.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
5 seconds. No, we failed. Okay. This could, we failed, but this could definitely star. Okay. So, do we want to, this is our last chance to commit to this. I think it makes sense. It's definitely a place where it would have been nice to have Fab on her, but oh well.
Penance is due.
Well, I bet. Thought I could get out of the lineup, but did not.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, it didn't put Dendro on itself. I don't think this is the attempt.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Oh, that was. Yeah, no, that was fine.
Your penance is due. Guilty.
Nope.
You can't run. Punish me.
Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned.
I was hoping that would let me get more skill procs.
Penance is due.
Well,
You stand condemned.
ah, frick you! Can you do that?
Through me, justice is served. Your penance is due.
Okay. Oh, getting TF procs.
Your penance
Nice.
is due. You stand condemned. Guilty.
Okay, missed a thing, whatever.
Surrender.
Articles, make sense to wait for this? Probably not.
Can't run.
Judgment is upon
No, it didn't make sense. Frick. Okay, I might have just bungled that.
guilty.
I think I very bungled that, actually. Oh my god, how did I not have a cool skill cooldown there? Okay, crap. That was basically the attempt, and then I bungled it. Whatever, just keep on going just in case.
Penance is due.
I got greedy because I thought Rosaria might have been able to come back. No, okay. Yeah, riding Rosaria probably would work better.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Guilty. You stand condemned.
Okay.
Nowhere to run.
You can't run.
I think we needed to do the one move.
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Guilty.
I did that early. Oops. Ah, frick you!
Penance is due.
I thought I was doing the other move for a second. God damn it.
Justice is served. You stand condemned.
You have C6 Arlecchino. Have you ever played theater?
Penance is due. Stand condemned. Your penance is due. Nowhere to run.
Frick you! Do the other move! Ugh. Yeah, can't. I would love to use C6 Arlecchino. That would be a very good solution.
Judgment is
Not really what we're doing here today.
guilty.
frick. God damn it. Do the... God, frick you! Frick you! Whatever.
You can't run.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty.
See what happens here.
Your penance is due.
I think that makes sense to you. Nope, did not. God damn it, man.
You stand condemned. Guilty. You stand condemned.
Judgment. Lights out.
Nowhere to run.
And we don't have energy.
You can't run. Punishment.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
Forgot to do that skill before.
You stand condemned.
Great, jumped out of Rosario's burst.
Your penance is due. You stand condemned. Your penance is
Can you ever do the other move?
strong.
Oh my god. I don't... This is gonna do nothing as people don't read, but... I understand why people are asking, but, you know, here, pin message.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned.
Back up.
Your penance is due. You stand condemned. Guilty.
You can't run.
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Guilty. Your penance is due.
Okay, no more clicking.
Guilty. You stand condemned.
Judgment.
Futile.
Lights out.
Please. Please. ER.
Surrender. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Your penance is due. Guilty.
No. No!
You stand condemned.
He fucking jumped! And the freaking 1 ER roll. Oh my god, I just like slumped down in my chair and I fucking can't struggling to get back up. Ugh. Okay, the problem with choosing to use Raiden here is I'm not confident in Sino's ability to be used with future chambers. So, like...
Now you shall perish. Transcend all constraints. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. You can't run.
Also, it's not even going to do it, so, you know.
Torn to oblivion.
I think it could. It's probably going to be easier than Sino. It's just...
Illusion shattered. You can't run.
Ugh. Both Sino and Raiden instead official. Whole arms only. It's pinned. Whatever, I need to ignore it. It's pole arms only. The whole optimization is we have to optimize having limited characters, so we have to optimize. I don't know, whatever. You can rewind if you want the whole explanation, Dread. Like, Eons On is an interesting option to consider here as well, by the way. What do we gain from saving, or from using Eons On? We gain Rosaria as an option in future chambers, but we lose Eons On for notably potentially one of these two chambers. No, we need Mika. Mika can't be used. He needs to be the next chamber. Well, okay. Yao Yao would be an alternative, I think. But
Through me, justice is served. Guilty. Now penance is due. Guilty. Now penance is due.
What about Dendro Resonance? That's actually fair. I don't like abusing Dendro Resonance. I don't like having to abuse resonances. But that is a fair approach. Wait, isn't there a problem with doing Dendro Resonance though? Because if we do one, we lose the energy. Because we do get Electro Resonance energy, right? By having Fischl. 2, if we do Dendro Resonance, we functionally have one less character to use next round. Right, so because if we do this, right, we have 3 characters available next round for pairing with Mika, right, for solo Mika. If we do this, we only have 2 characters available next round for pairing with Mika, right? I'll try it quick to see if it's meaningful, but, you know.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Guilty.
I did that earlier. Oops.
Now penance is due. Stand condemned. Guilty.
Thank you. Oh my god. I love Genshin's jank arse hitboxes sometimes when like enemy is winding down this animation, you still get knocked miles away. As if it was still like swinging around. Okay.
Guilty. Now penance is due. Stand condemned.
Oh, I didn't catch those particles on field. Whoops. Okay, yeah. See, I mean, the damage is definitely better, but we don't have our freaking energy back, so like, it functionally isn't really better. The damage seems meaningfully better, but I don't think there's really that much difference in optimization here. Like, catching those particles on field wasn't going to get my burst back, for example. I can do one more attempt here, because...
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Now penance is due.
because... we can have a better move be used. God.
Penance is due. You stand condemned.
Not that one. Yes, we are trying to get stars. The whole point is to get the stars. I could solo Sino without a problem if we weren't trying to get stars.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty.
How did I do that early? Baloney. Okay. Why is my energy so bad? What? Where's all my energy? How did I didn't miss that many skills, did I? Bruh. Oh. What? Oh, why did skill first? Didn't EQ at the start? Oh, okay. The one TF prog should not have mattered there for how much worse that was. But the starting particles probably did matter. Whatever. I wanted to get quick and going. I only have freaking 20 more minutes, by the way. Frick you! Try Mika. I mean, there's functionally, it's fair. There's functionally no difference if we do Mika. Let's see what happens. Like, so the attack speed noblesse buff here might actually, and fab particles potentially, might be enough, right? And it might be better. Frick you! Oh my god, missed a skill there for that. I did that early. God dang it, brain! Not the time to screw up. Oh, that was terrible. Can you trigger fab, bro? Bruh. Bruh! I want to try this. No, the cryo resonance doesn't matter, just to save a user. Break off! Dang it, man.
Neutralizing threats. Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned. Guilty. You stand condemned. Guilty. And it's a do.
Wait, why don't I do electro resonance? No, electro resonance isn't going to help that much if we're not consistently doing anything off field. But should try it instead.
Precision strike. Through me, justice is served. Guilty. You stand condemned.
Cool, bro. Is Cryo this week on release? Yeah, pretty much. Mika, can you trigger fab? Like, you have like 30-40% crit rate. What? Oh my god. terrible on my part.
Stay condemned. Precision strike. Let's get. Judgment is upon you.
Did I miss the quicken because?
Penance is due. Stay condemned. Penance is due.
That was early. Frick. Oh boy.
You had your chance. Leave the wounded to me. Surrender. Through me, justice is served. Guilty. Stay condemned.
I think it's slightly harder to optimize. I mean, it doesn't seem to be fundamentally different. Optimizing Mika versus optimizing Rosaria. The only benefit of trying to optimize Mika instead of Rosaria here is if we happen to get Yao Yao as a selection for the next one, we could save Rosaria for a more valuable chamber and use Mika here. So he's not irrelevant to try to use over Rosaria here.
Judgment is upon you.
I did that early. Good job.
Nowhere to run.
Dendro Electro Resonance combo? How would you expect me to do that? Sorry. Gross garbage in my nose gonna blow up. Pinned message. Brain.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Wait, unless you're talking about, I mean, you probably weren't here when like, we already tried solo Sino. We're not trying solo Sino anymore. We added Rosaria. We added Rosaria because solo Sino, I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but is extremely hard to not possible to on the build I have. And we already had a good setup going, so we can't like restart. It's not gonna. We're gonna do the right move. Nope. Frick you. All right. Sick. Yeah, it's soloing with Sino does not work. Basically, if we want a star, we could try to forgo the star to be clear, because you know, the priority is probably to do this to get the elixir, of course. But it's not just the elixir. It's also just like the idea of, can I get all stars on polearms only? Because I've never tried to do that on visionary mode before. This weird transition into this. What's that? Putting gone. Boy. God dang it, man. Dang it. Ugh. Oh wait, am I not using Femine? Oops. Yeah, I meant to be using Femina here. Thank you.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
Yeah, that is just to save a character. Early, but whatever.
Come at me again.
Yeah. Critical's good.
Through me, justice is served. Repentance is due.
Don't know if this one actually has a real shot, but it's worth it. We could try.
Repentance is due. Surrender.
Judgment. Punishment.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Guilty.
Bruh. Which ER does your sign have? It's fucking 158.
Judgment is upon you. Repentance is due.
And yeah, in hindsight, would like more ER. Thought ER timepiece would be enough. It was not.
Stand condemned.
Okay, we have energy for once. Of course, you're doing that move. He never put click on himself. I think this attempt is doomed.
Guilty.
Alright. Yeah, Sino in the no energy endgame. Yeah. Yup.
Judgment is upon you. Repentance is due.
I so badly wish you could change builds. Like, the experience of doing this kind of thing would be so much less bad if you could change your builds. Can you? Okay, we might have to do another stream for this in the future. I'm gonna switch to using Eons on. Wait. No, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Through me, justice is served. Repentance is due.
I forgot to do the initial skill. Good job. Reason for this is quite simple. Presumably it will get us there. I only have 10 minutes left to stream, and I don't want to make my friends wait on me.
Repentance is due. Nowhere to run.
On my mark.
Can I switch?
Sins weigh upon your
This
soul.
game, you can't switch your character. That was dumb. Okay. I mean, I might fail this, but that's, I think, skill issue in this instance.
Guilty. Repentance is due. Surrender. Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Frick off.
Repentance is due. You stand condemned.
Okay.
Guilty.
Despite my problems, that was skill issue on my part, but also it fricked me over with RNG in the end. You want to take a little break? Well, that's the point. I'm saying I literally only have 10 minutes, so I may as well try to just use the good character that I would have preferred to save, but use it to try to clear here so I can continue through and finish the live stream. That's my point. That this is me choosing to take a break.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned. Guilty.
Hey, you are not gonna go in. Oh, you did keep looking. Okay, that's good. Frick. Ah!
Let's move.
Through me, justice is served.
Oh wait, we had aggravate going. Whoops, my bad. Should have been trying to do some extra skills there.
No penance is due.
Control breathing. Start the clock.
Surrender. Judgment is upon us.
I f***ing kill me. That it. I love timer-based challenges. Well, whatever. I guess that's that attempt. That's that attempt. I am ending that attempt. Why is it so annoying to end the attempt? I love that you had to go into. Ugh. I just paused. How end the thing? End it. Wait, that is how you end it. God, what? It's really I really wish there was a better button for resetting. All right, whatever. I'm still quite confident I can get all stars, by the way. But I got D&D today, so I'm gonna return to this. Maybe off stream, maybe not on stream. If I do it off stream, that's because it will turn into an edited video. Yeah. Whereas if I do it on stream, I'm not 100% that it will be an edited video. I will go get a couple waypoints quick. That annoys me so much that you have to manually exit the. Why can't you teleport into the teapot from the freaking? I do that. I end up trying to do that every freaking time I do theater. Ugh. Whatever. Anyways, we'll come back to it. Probably in a stream this week. If not, there will definitely be an edited video.
This rope.
Freaking can't believe that didn't kill. I love chicken RNG. Chicken might be my least favorite boss they released during Sumeru because like they shove it in Abyss all the time. I mean, it hasn't been there that much lately because they'd rather do Natlan chilling, of course. But like the chicken, actually, honestly, I should. The chicken is like just awful for its RNG. For how, like, to be clear, a lot of bosses have really annoying RNG. Like for how your clear times are affected based on what RNG the enemy has for its move selection. But a lot of enemies have ways to abuse what their move selection is. As far as I'm aware, there's not really anything you do with the chicken. It is a complete RNG enemy, and you just get completely screwed by it if it doesn't use the right moves. And this is definitely a situation, obviously, where I needed to use the right moves for it to be not awful. Anywho's, I'm willing to do. Oh, we're farther away than I thought it was. Oh, I thought I'd be at like 780. Okay, never mind. I lied. Sorry. I was gonna do a temple,
Inactivity serves no
but
purpose whatsoever.
I need 50 Primo Gems, and 50 Primo Gems takes a lot longer to get than 20. I was gonna go get like 4 waypoints, but I'd need 10 waypoints and 1 more Primo Gem. To be clear, I do think I have 10 waypoints, but they would take a lot longer. So, nope. Rip. Alright. Alright. Oh well. I guess that's it. Wait. Wait. There's one thing we can do. To end out the stream. We can log onto the casual account. Not gonna do theater right now on the casual account or anything. I think this is gonna trigger the returning player thing. And I might, because of the returning player thing, I might log on and at least claim the. I haven't logged on in a few weeks, right? So, I don't know how long exactly it's been though, but I figure I could log in and maybe I should try to do the events. When does the other event end? I don't remember. Yep, Stellar Reunion available. Nice. Claim that. When does it end? Not that. What am I doing? Okay, play, please. I love that these stupid animations don't stop repeating until you like. Ends 1 day, 4 hours. Okay, so I want to do that today or tomorrow. May as well try to get those Primo Gems. My intention, by the way, is to try to get Skirk on this account. For anyone that's not aware, I have a guarantee. So no, no. Why did I? No, it's so loud. God, frick you! I saw 40 Primo Gems, so I clicked on it. But Jesus, my God, murder my ears. Okay, there's still more. What the frick? What's funny is I've already claimed these things before. They just repeat claim if you re-drink or reunion. Yeah. Alright, claim, whatever. Okay. But yeah, we went to Pity. Did we go to Pity on a Escoffier banner? What happened? I don't remember what we did. I don't even remember what we did. I don't know. We didn't get a Escoffier or... Oh no, I went to Pity on Shalonen banner and lost a 50-50. And then I was originally like, okay, we'll get a Escoffier because Escoffier is broken and will be good on an account even without Farina. And that is true. It's definitely true. I just decided I'd rather farm for Escoffier C1 and polearms only, and I didn't feel like grinding on 2 accounts. That would just be too much grinding. So anyways, you can see we have 35, 37 Pity, so shouldn't be that hard to get Skirk is the point. Which is interesting, I think. And apparently I can't even buy all these. In fact, I'm not going to. Rip. Alright, that's fine. Makes more sense to just save that, I think. So, yeah. I think Skirk will be an interesting situation to look at on this account, since this is a, account I only irregularly log in. Oh, are we very close to Pity? Okay. Oh, we are. Okay, I kind of want those wishes. Whatever. But I don't want either of these 5 stars, so... well, I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Oh well. I'll probably be able to buy these assuming I get Skirk, so that's fine. Alright. Well, I was gonna do wishing. I was gonna do the standard pulls in this account, but go away. Can't do that. Oh well. I'm probably gonna log on this account though and finish the events. Like I said. Intention, oh boy. Intention is to get Spork on this account and see how bad she is. Without Farina, without Escoffier. Right? So, team will be something like, Dahlia, Xingqiu, Rosaria. Right? So, very low investment Skirk simulation. But, anyways. I gotta go. It's 6 p.m. People waiting on me for D&D potentially. Theater was fun. Just to summarize, like obviously I know I was getting frustrated there with the Sino optimization, but that was just chicken RNG misery. Honestly, it was not. It's less. I mean, to be clear, Sino was not a very strong character, but it was more the misery of chicken optimization more than it was Sino, right? So yarp. We'll see how it goes when we come back to it, but I think I can do it. And I think it's interesting to mess around with, obviously I'm not gonna stress over it too much if it seems not possible, but it seems possible enough that I think it's an interesting thing to explore for the first time ever, right? Trying to get all stars on polearms only. And if we get that elixir, I will probably use that elixir for Arlecchino. But yeah, we shall see what happens. But it's a fun theater overall, I would say. The new buffs, or cryo, dendro, whatever you want to call it, if you want to call it a reaction, I suppose, is a good idea to incentivize different kinds of weird combinations of characters that can work, but it has the same inherent flaws as theater has always had, where, you're not really playing the same game. It's fundamentally. It's more just have characters do reactions and make sure you save the right elements for the boss and have a decent level of damage investment on like one unit at least. So I don't know. Theater's weird. Theater's still weird, but I still generally speaking have fun with it. And you know, I think when I get the I think I will get the full star clear on polearms only, and when I get that full star clear, I think that'll be very satisfying. So yeah. Anyways, or just borrow a friend's C6R5. That doesn't really solve any problem. Like, if you're trying to say that borrowing a C6R5 addresses the problems with theater, that is not how it works, because you literally can't attempt theater. Like if you want to do visionary mode, you have to have 22 characters to start. You can't have 21 characters and then borrow someone's character to contribute towards that. The 22. You have to have the 22 first, and then you can have the privilege of borrowing a character. And also, too, it's just 2 chambers. That's not the whole theater. So, anyways. Yep. Yap time could have left us a free pull. We were not going to get 50 Primo. I thought it was like 20 Primo Gems away for some reason. We were definitely not going to get 50 Primo Gems on polearms only in this amount of time. I'm fairly certain of that. Unless I went to the... Actually, there's that one domain that still has 40 Primo Gems in the uncovered map area I haven't gotten. Maybe I could have actually, now that I think about it. But, oh well. Too bad. I'll probably do another 10 pull, at least, for riding on polearms only. But you'll have to wait till tomorrow, probably. Anywho's. Yeah, I don't know. So, how do I feel about theater? Still inherently flawed. Still can be fun when you approach it the right way. That's it. Bye-bye.